Welcome to the continuation of our adventure in Kirby and the Forgotten Land. When we last left off, we were most of the way through World 5. We've been doing 100% of everything we can so far, so that's 100% through Worlds 1 and 2, 4, as well as about the first half of World 5, including all of the challenges we've unlocked so far. Since we're back in town, we may as well see if we can look at any statistics. Blueprint for... oh, so we actually did miss something. Okay, that's interesting. First half of searching the oasis, so we have actually passed to something along the way. This is the first time we've received a hint. Tools and roll Kirby. Yeah, we're not getting anywhere near 6 seconds. Not with the number that was doing on my wrists. Meta Knight Sword is the most popular ability in the world right now, which is perhaps a reflection of where the median player base is. It was previously Volcano Fire. We may as well get some boss records. 42 seconds and some abilities we haven't encountered yet, yeah. And some of this we can kind of understand. Yeah, I think with an item buff, it's pretty easy to see how something like Time Crash could just take down a DDD in one cycle within 7 seconds. But anyway, we now know that I did in fact miss an ability scroll in World 5, so we're not quite as complete about this as we thought we were. So instead of proceeding, we actually may look at that first. It was in searching the oasis. And yeah, so far, if we take a look at a stage list, we have done most things so far. We are missing that scroll, but the treasure roads, we've managed to acquire all of the times for, including Dragonfire, which took about an hour of play, given how much trouble it was causing. I think the sensible thing to do, since we're just getting warmed up here, is to do something familiar and search the oasis. I have an inkling of where I could find a scroll, actually, now that I look at this. Because there is one of those big poison crocums very early on that we couldn't manage to defeat. And possibly that's what it is guarding. That seems like a natural place to check. It did say that it was in the first half of this level, I believe. Anyway, let's grab Cutter. With the current ability, which is Chakram, and then we'll just run around and take a look. So the spot that I'm thinking of, I'll point out when I get to it. Although it looks like there may be some other locations here as well that we haven't properly checked. But yeah, we'll try to be rather thorough. Previously, none of the ability scrolls seemed particularly challenging to locate, so let's see what kind of oversight we've made here. And try to correct that accordingly. Now, I don't know if there's a good way to get something like a water bomb back into this section. There might not be. Also, there is the sleep ability later, which, if you look at it, may lead to something. So, yeah, currently we can kind of see something that's peeking behind the fence. We've been there, though. That's where sleep was located. And yeah, this guy we've managed to take care of before, somewhat more successfully than we're doing now. We had gone here, but we'll just be extra careful about searching. Since we now know that something was indeed missed. And yeah, so this fellow we know all about. Whoops. It's been a couple days off this game, still need to get warmed up a little perhaps. Because ideally we'd be able to find a water bomb and deal with one enemy here that I was not able to defeat. This guy here, we didn't actually have a way to deal with him previously, I think. That's probably because I haven't figured out a way to deal with them other than with the water bomb, although maybe if I just gain enough elevation we can do something here. But yeah, we will not take the Warp Star. I strongly suspect that this is actually what is standing in my way. But it does lead to a question of how we deal with him. So for example, let's kick this over. Nope, it's nothing. Yeah, we may have to search this area a little bit more, because I'd like to figure out a way to wipe him out. But if we leave by the Warp Star, we will not be able to come back. Because there is the sleep ability over here, there is this Waddle Dee, but we haven't really figured out anything else that can be done. Sleep allows me to heal, but I am not certain that we've discovered any other functionality for it. At least not yet. But yeah, this was actually our first encounter with the sleep ability. And that's something we should keep in mind. This as well, we haven't cracked that. That is just a coin. So sleep gets pretty much immediately expended. Unless perhaps we can do something with sleep that would be able to keep it active or bring it over to that other fellow, that Poison Croakum. Either that or this is just a dead end for now and we just need to keep searching. We can, but it does seem like this is by far the likeliest suspect. If we can figure out a good way to do this. Yeah, but he seems completely invulnerable so long as I don't have water available, and so I think it's probably best to move on and just continue searching for now, and we'll just turn to this area if this still doesn't really bear fruit. I feel like the hint said something about the scroll being available in the first half. But I don't know if that was just referring to the first part, or if it also continues to cover this area over here. So we may be hunting for just a little while yet. Or just figuring out how to take the water bomb with us and go back to an earlier part of the level, if that is at all possible, because water bombs don't really show up until quite a bit later. And one thing I also hadn't considered was just defeating everything here. As well, just be very thorough in case any kind of insight reveals itself. There is a treasure back here. Ah, you know what? This is it. Whoops. This is totally it. Okay, that was simple. Very easy to miss, but you can just kind of see the treasure chest protruding in the background, and there we go, Buzzsaw Cutter. So we'll finish the stage and keep that item, and that will address that little oversight. Now the nice thing about these stages is that once you have accomplished all of the other objectives, they are fairly simple to clear quickly, I think. The crates are not going to give me additional height, but that's okay. We'll continue. And previously we were just taking the drill in that location. And what we'll do eventually was we'll raise that platform, but not before grabbing a bit of cash. Okay, and I believe we need to acquire drill to get the next platform, so we should actually go back and do that. I'd forgotten that drill is required here, since we had previously picked it up every time. That's okay, we'll be united with the cutter soon enough, I'm sure. Okay, whoops. And you know what? We actually don't need it, because it's entirely optional to get rid of that one, so we could have finished with the cutter anyway, if we wanted. And I should have remembered that, because last time we repeated this stage for the secret room, we just blew through everything else very quickly. Sped through it from top to bottom. Okay, so that's taken care of. We can always go back to town to deal with the buzzsaw cutter later. Actually, no, it might be fun to do it now. I had previously been holding off on things like upgrades until we just got kicked back to town upon defeating the boss, but since we are fairly early on in this sitting and still getting warmed up, we might as well try something new and see what the buzzsaw is all about. Buzzsaw cutter, yep, let's do it. Okay. You can dual wield, yeah, well that's what a chakram. Noticed a huge bump in power here. That'll be interesting to play with. You have to wonder what the trade-off is going to be to get that much attack power in the mix. Let's read the description, actually. Cutter evolution has increased power and flying distance, and it'll ricochet off walls. I feel like that's going to be an interesting challenge when we get around to its associated stage. That's going to play very thoroughly with this deflection. I don't know if there's a way to cancel it. There's no need to cancel it because you can just send more projectiles along in rapid fire. And like the standard cutter, you can just maintain it in position for as long as you want. You can actually just hold it like this. Look at how I was able to just corner the sandbag with the knockback. And yeah, I was able to do that once, but with that corner deflection, can't really do it all the time, unfortunately, but we just stand right next to it. We can also continue to combo chain with some additional cutters if one of them gets out of position, so. As with the other cutter abilities, they also have this really powerful melee attack with a pile driver finish. It's one of the things that makes the cutter moveset quite rewarding. No slide on it though, it's not a sword. And same idea as the other cutter variations when it comes to aerial doing anything, except of course this time we have the aerial deflection as well, which should be pretty interesting to play with. Yeah, look at how it's deflecting off the wall that we're standing against here as well. The fourth wall, as it were. And some stages will have that invisible wall active, some will not. We'll just have to determine that for ourselves. But let's take this into the next location. We might as well check the Scroll Scholar first, just to confirm that we have caught everything up to this point. Haven't missed any blueprints. Yeah, this was the only one I'd missed. So let's cancel out and continue. Moonlit Canyon. Yeah, we spent so long on the Dragonfire Challenge in the last stream that it's been a while since we've actually gone back to the standard Kirby levels in this game. This one opens very ominously right away. This is such a beautiful looking game. I keep remarking on that. Anyway, drill is going to be offered to us right away. We're not going to take it. I'm too busy playing with the buzzsaw here. And interesting. I guess this was potentially a knockback spot, perhaps. We'll keep that in mind in case we want to do anything with those platforms. Okay, there is something over here, of course, but we need to get out of here quickly and grab the Twin Drill blueprint. Interesting. And wanted posters are usually objectives of some sort, so we should keep an eye out for 3 of them in this level. I think we had gone down here previously. Yeah, just checking. Now, this is going to be light bulb. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out for any optional pathways along the side. But right now, we'll just light up tonight. Get the door open and see what the light bulb is going to bring me here. We're not really under any time pressure, so it's okay to just maintain the light, I think. Whereas previously, in the timed challenge for this item, that was not so much the case. Some of these enemies, like the one in the back, do activate in response to the light, though, so it's not something we can just use indiscriminately, because these activations do happen. If I pull him out of position, I actually do wonder if there's going to be anything back there that we can play with. So, for example, if you... Oh! Come back here. Yeah, nope, that might not be a good idea, and we should have illuminated the pathway in advance. But yeah, I suppose the first of these enemies that we saw earlier was just a reminder of how they worked. Yeah, so far though, nothing too special and also nothing optional. The music has been terrific to this game, but this level in particular is kind of standing out to me right away with its string line. There is a passage to the left, there's also a passage to the right. I will want to check them both, I just want to take a quick peek over... Oops, no. Never mind. But I guess this is going to be the optional path for the Waddle Dee. So... let's unlock it and head up quickly. This should be number 1 out of 5. So, have a lot of exploration ahead of us. Oops, don't want to just walk into that guy, of course. It turns out that even if cannons aren't firing, they might still be a little bit hot to the touch. Whoops. Probably should have paid attention to the destruction of the platform here. That was not something I had considered. And yep, obviously going to be something here, as we can see with this lamp. Now, the question is that required? No, but it does give us D number 2, which is, if we're going for full completion, effectively required and necessary for what we're trying to do here. So here's a wanted poster. A wanted poster we will need to spit for a second so we can take that out. I don't know if there's a way I can attack that directly with the light bulb, but I do not think that's the case. So let's continue. Okay, well that was a quick stroll through that area, and now we are heading ever further up. I guess this might be one of the last stages, possibly the last stage before the boss of this world, so it's not exactly going to be skimping on us here. Anyway, Cutter is great, even though we're already sitting on a buzzsaw, of course. I'm still in Dragonfire, I think, and given that I am on the occasionally unwieldy Dragonfire, let's perhaps stay with Buzzsaw Cutter for now. Can I unwrap these bandages? Yes, I can. We'll just slap them down that way. And we have a defensive Cutter enemy over there that we're going to just charge into, I think. Not that that gets me very much, but we do have the wanted poster on the other side over there. We might as well just float over towards it. And Karak Sauce, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, that's every wanted poster accounted for. Now, how about the bottom segment? Is there a particular reason to head down? I mean, of course there is, but I'm just wondering, once again, what was the side path and what's the bonus path? And that answers our question. There's D number 3. And Kirby can float, which is going to help us out once again. And fire is going to hit me in the face, but we'll see how we do as we try to get some replenishment going and also get up here before all of the platforms have been eliminated. It looks like we do need to hit the switch before we go through the door. Do I speak Spanish? No, I don't, I'm afraid. I do understand a few words of Spanish here and there, but I don't really speak it myself. And okay, here we go. Now let's move on up and yeah, but thanks for coming by. Anyway, the game, as you can see, has been quite a lot of fun so far. And we're fairly deep in. Now, do we want the sleep power for anything? The sleep is only good for the heal, but it seems to be offering us a lot of sleep. Oh, I see. We want to avoid sleep. Because if we sleep, then I will be forced to rest on top of the falling blocks, and that's going to be failure. So we actually specifically do not want to sleep. I understand that. Interesting use of sleep. That's really the first room we've seen in this game that uses sleep in a functional way. Yeah, managed to clear this room without falling, which is great because we'll just tick that box right away without having to discover it. And of course, the more achievements we unlock, the fewer runs we'll need to do through this level if we don't manage to reveal whatever's coming last. Speaking of which, as far as Waddle Dees go, yeah, we have done the first 4 in order so far, so nothing has been missed. Might as well float over this. And yeah, we see sleep once again, so we want to avoid sleep once again. And that got flattened. Now, would there be a particular reason why I would want to go over to that platform? We're about to find out. I feel like it's very suspicious. And yeah, we'll follow this over, and that's going to be treasure. Probably nothing over here, but I thought I'd check anyway. And we managed to make it back without taking any damage along the way, so that works for me. We should explore this area before heading through the door. Give this an old kick of the can. Whoops, didn't mean to drop out there, but... Interesting that there would just be this ending area without much to do here. That seems awfully suspicious. So maybe we can actually traverse over somewhere else. No, it just moves the camera this way. I don't think that's going to get us anything. Alright, let's just retrace our steps then. Yeah, it looks like it's nothing here then. Let's just proceed to the next area. I guess it's elevated so high so you can't just float over here from some previous zone. This looks like it's going to be a ring mouth, yeah. Okay, we're going to whip that guy. That actually tells me I should check in this area just to be absolutely thorough. Oh, that's not ring mouth, that's glider, okay. Alright, so we'll just try to fly accurately with the glider and also look ahead to Waddle Dee number 5 if we can find it. And all the while being aware of some of these patterns. I am playing inverted on a glider, but that's how I'm comfortable, so we'll just try to hit every ring and Star Fox our way through this one. Keeping our eye out for Waddle Dees that might be tucked behind any of these platforms. Oh, is there something down here? It looked like there was something down there, and I was wrong, so... I would say the likelihood of something being hidden around here is fairly high, though, so... But you can't really dive quickly enough to get into those lower passages. It looked like a glowing spot on the right side just now. Here's the D. There we go. Maybe there is some kind of achievement for clearing the glider segment with no damage. We'll have to look out for that, if that does turn out to be the final objective. And we're at the end already. There is, however, something at the back if we take a look, so possibly that's going to be something. So yeah, we are missing one objective. I kind of suspect it's taking no damage on the glider segment, so I actually do want to retry it. It is going to force me to do the Waddle Dee again, but that seems fairly simple. Yeah, not knowing what it is we're looking for, I'm just going to assume something like an all rings with no damage run might be the way we'll go about it. I think we did collect all the rings, and that might have been the condition for the Waddle Dee earlier. So prioritizing a lack of damage might be the right idea instead. yeah, particularly because, whoa, never mind that. It is just challenging enough that I could imagine this being the solution for sure. But we'll keep that in mind, and we'll have to retry this, of course, but... Oh, and I missed a ring. If I miss a ring, I kind of suspect that... no, the Waddle Dee is still available, so... It's not going to be that. We're going to run this a few times, so I mean, obviously I can just touch the goal and reveal the objective, but... It's often a little bit more fun to guess. So why don't we try it again and just see that. I mean, I could be very mistaken about this, but it just looks so likely given the lack of any other achievement that is currently bound to the glider segment. Also, we haven't really been using the spin tackle, which I should use strategically because I believe it should work as an attack against some of these enemies that come here along our way. And of course, it might also help me maintain speed. So yeah, that's actually precisely what we needed to do, just spin tackle through it. And perceptually, everything else here is going to be fairly straightforward. We just need to fly right. Perhaps grab every ring. And... okay, fairly clean flight over here. Let's get over here and take the Waddle Dee. And then we'll see. Given that that was pretty much a perfect run. Whether we get anything out of that. Oh, it doesn't look like it. That's okay, worth a try anyway, just to do that as a proof of concept. Oh, is there something here? No, doesn't look like it, so we'll be going back through this, I'm sure. Mr. Chili is here, which looks awfully suspicious. We'll have to figure this out, I think. Oh yeah, you can skate back here, and what is there to do? Well, you can actually go quite far around here, and look at the arrow as well. The arrow seems to indicate something about what lies beyond. This arrow actually does look very suspicious. So maybe there's... oh no, that's not an arrow, that's an anchor. Okay. That's why it looked familiar. This is not the first time we've seen an anchor in this zone, so... which ice variation do I have right now? Ah, yes, we have Frosty Ice. Well, let's finish this up and let's see what I was missing. Find a treasure hiding by cactus triplets. Maybe that was right at the end. Cactus triplets. I don't know that we actually looked at that, so... Spook Step. And the standard hammer. Alright, let's do it again. Let's also see if this unlocks anything additional. The list of optional stages did already say 8 out of 8, and I think that's probably as much as this world will offer me unless the list expands as it goes. Collector in the Sleepless Valley. And we'll see who's doing the collecting. So yeah, some additional challenges open up, so that's interesting. The checklist expands as you go. I'll show you what I mean. So now the treasure road list says 8 out of 10. Previously it said 8 out of 8. So it doesn't give you the entire stage count for the world as you are playing. It only gives you the list of the maximum number of stages that are accessible, given the progress that you have. So there's a Frosty Ice treasure and a Buzzsaw Cutter treasure. So we have both items. And Frosty Ice, this one might worry me a little bit, but we'll go through here first and see about those cactus triplets. Maybe get some Frosty practice in while we're at it. So, cactus triplets, you say. That might even have been right near the end. But we'll just leave a trail of frost over there and then we'll just look for some cactus. Anyway, let's pop this. Yeah, I don't know if the fact that that particular condition was listed last indicates that it's likelier to be near the end of the stage. I don't know if that's something that conventionally follows when it comes to the ordering of the achievements per level. But we'll not think too hard about that. I mean, we're not going to see cactus triplets here in the underground, so I think we'll just get out of here quickly. Rather fortunate that I didn't run into anything there, given how recklessly I was playing that. And whoops, yeah. Nope. Rather hard hit. We should have just taken the back road in the first place. Yeah, that's going to crack wide open, and then we won't really have much of a way to deal with it. Whoops. I saw that and still missed. Anyway, we already have the Waddle Dee here, so we'll not think too hard about it. Oh, I guess we do require this anyway, so let's crack that. Interesting that it would just kind of give you a Waddle Dee here as a freebie. And yeah, we saw the wanted posters previously. We don't need to worry about those. We just need to get into the outdoor section again, and it should be a little more relevant to our immediate interests. So we're looking for triplets. Could be anywhere. Let's take this. I'd actually have preferred a cutter, I think. Oh, why not? Let's do some Dragonfire in a real live setting rather than whatever it was we were doing in that challenge room that gave us so much trouble last time. Yeah, might as well scan around just to be sure, although of course here we've already got one optional objective, so I did find that unlikely. Oops. And let's be careful. That was not being careful. And we'll just check around to be sure, but we have been through the secret room previously, so I don't think that's going to be it. Yeah, I think it is something near the end. But yeah, poor Sleep is going to get squashed there. We did check around here previously. Rather thoroughly, in fact, but the fact that I had come down to this platform and didn't find anything is... Oh no, we did find something. Okay, that was where you activated the pathway, so... So here are 3 cactus plants. So is the implication that we have an additional treasure somewhere here? I mean, I don't think they qualify as triplets, though. They don't look anything alike. It could be something in the flight segment. That's something we should keep in mind. Oh, whoops, no, let's keep fire, why not? Well, never mind, I missed. Didn't actually intend to drop fire there, but okay, we'll take it. Yeah, it could be somewhere that we need to fly. So we'll just keep a very close watch on this. 3 cactus triplets, Well, I don't see anything that fits the bill so far. But I am kind of darting my eyes around the screen fairly carefully to see if a natural candidate presents itself. And maybe it is something down here, no? No, we had checked that previously. That is not something we can enter. Yeah, so we'll just restart a little further back. Like I said, I did suspect it was perhaps something right at the very end. Oh, look, here's our rope. Or not. Never mind. Let's not crash like that then. Let's see. I doubt it would be one of the alternate passages to what was required for the last Waddle Dee, because typically this game tries to ensure that everything can be obtained in the course of a single run. So yeah, let's maybe scan this final area a little more carefully. Because did we see cactus triplets? I guess the closest we've come to that would have been on that rooftop. That's currently looking like the likeliest spot, except... Oh, look at that. No. Hang on here. Oh no, that's just a chain for the anchor, I think. Looking at the artwork back here, and... Oh, you know what? It's these 3. It's gotta be. We even checked this area, and was thinking earlier that, okay, this looks rather suspicious, and I didn't even think to escape here, no. Aha, so yes, you just needed to walk in that particular spot right here. So that's all we missed, because I had previously seen this and thought, okay, it's kind of interesting that this is revealed by the camera. That was really the only thing, so. The suspicion that it would be something right at the end was indeed correct. Okay, let's do some challenges. Since we're still on frosty ice. Freezing fight. Okay, it looks like maybe this will be another series of brawls. Those tend to be some of the harder timed challenges to make. Maybe we will be facing off against something like a fire boss that will lead to hard counter. And yeah, it looks like it's probably a sequence of fights once again, so... Okay. And yeah, we do want to use projectiles as often as we can to do what we can. Yeah, that's sort of interesting that if you just launch the snowmen onto the conveyor belt, they will do damage by themselves when they collide. So that's going to be the trick to doing this quickly, I think, is just to take full advantage of that. And remaining in a neutral position otherwise. And just staying grounded and letting the fight take care of itself from there. Yeah, and then just standing in a position that allows you to take out each of these enemies from afar. And then just getting in a position for something like this. Okay, Wild Frosty. Okay. And yeah, shield is actually great because we can just shield through everything when we're dead center. Now we do want to keep up the combo as best as we can, but once again, staying in the center is just solving a lot of problems for me, generally, so... Nope, except that is creating some issues. So we're going to be about 30 seconds off the timer, so it's all about just getting a nice clean fight on this guy, actually. But we burned a lot of time at the beginning of this challenge, just from not understanding how to approach it. So yeah, this one will likely take some work. We just need a much cleaner fight against Frosty at the very end. Likely involving using the conveyor belt strategically such that you just have constant waves of snowmen crash against them around the loop. I think that's going to be the approach. And because that's going to be what allows us to sustain as much damage as possible, instead of only attacking directly the way that we've been doing, so... Yep, so we can just spray everything down this way. And we'll be fairly time efficient to do it. 241 coming out of this room. Let's head on ahead. And yeah, just prepare some projectiles in advance before the spawns actually happen. And then... that should pretty much do the trick. 215 coming out of this, so we'll have some time to deal with the Frosty fight over here. We'll get as many snowmen down as we can. And yeah, we'll get them completely frozen, which is not what you would often expect to happen to somebody who's already frosty. I'm actually feeling decently confident about this. We're about 15 seconds off though, so I think. Nope. Nope. Okay, we kind of blew it here. Oh, we're so close. That actually could have made it if I hadn't just taken so much damage at the end of this cycle. As you can see, we're just going to be a few seconds off completion. That's okay. We've got the right approach. Yeah, just took too much damage on that fight. Getting him completely frozen was actually a good idea. But you really do need to spray him down continuously for that to happen. Anyway, we'll prepare as much as we can. That includes this part of the fight as well. .241 once again coming out of this room. And yeah, no need to slide when the skating is going to build up a fair bit of speed for me anyway. Okay, we don't want to get caught on the conveyors at all. That actually leads to some pretty severe inefficiency, so... Too much time lost here. Let's try it again. I was out of there with about 45 seconds to spare on the good attempt earlier, and we should aim to do at least as well. So yeah, getting onto the conveyors at all is a bad idea until you're near the end of the respective rooms, as far as I can tell. We don't want to be doing it that way. 242 coming out of this. That's nice and quick. Let's get grounded so we can skate. And then... Anyway, that's going to clear things well in advance, which is good. And then 215 out of that, that's efficient. Let's be careful here. Keep running into him. This is maybe standing a bit too close. Shielding, though, is actually going to work out fairly well. We just need to freeze him if possible. And, yeah, Luca, thank you for the lurka. This is too slow. We made a mess of this fight. Need to be extremely efficient on him. The best attempt earlier required me to freeze him completely. And I think the way we did it was that we just stayed inside on the conveyor and circled around him while he was in the center. Let's try it without getting on the conveyor once again. So yeah, we'll just do that, and then we'll prepare the next set like this. And just do a nice efficient spray down, which is going to get me across once again at 242, which is equivalent to how we did previously. My best attempt coming out of this part is about 215 on the clock, so we'll aim to duplicate that if we can. And anticipate some of the moves that are going to happen. Whoa. Yeah, that was a little bit inefficient there, but 213 coming out. Yeah, that's not ideal, but will do. And then... Okay, he's starting to freeze. Let's follow along here and then see if we can freeze again. Okay, there we go. That should be time. Yeah, nearly flipped that at the very end with the second ice break, but that seemed to be more or less correct, so let's take that. And we'll proceed to Buzzsaw Cutter, which is going to involve some wall deflections, I'm sure. And we'll just have to map those out and execute them cleanly. Off the wall ricochet switches. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, it looks like we just need to reflect this accurately. That was not accurate. Wonder how I missed. Okay. I actually don't really need that. Yeah, we just need to hit the correct slot. The first one was kind of a waste. And we just push through. And then we swap. And that allows me to hit the other side, I think. Or does it? Okay. So yeah, there actually is going to be a pretty consistent pattern we can work with here as long as we execute it cleanly. Because we do need to flip certain switches, so that flips blue. And then there's going to be a particular solution we'll be looking for. We hit both switches here. And then we do this. And then what shall we do here? I didn't quite find this pattern. We needed to flip... no, we need to flip both. Like this. Hang on. Let's figure out which slot we're going to be firing from for this final one. And, yeah, it's okay. We're burning some time on this, but that's sort of expected. We'll be firing through the slot here. Whoops, that was off angle. Yeah, because that's how that will go then. Okay, this is actually not too bad. We just need to visualize the solution cleanly. Yeah, that was a bit of a learning run. Now that learning run is out of the way, we should be able to shave off that 30 seconds of lag time, given that we were spending so long to figure out the final part. Do I need to stand so close? I don't really know, but yeah. And then... oh, it's not accurate, but we'll make that happen regardless. And then we'll do this part here. And then that was very inaccurate. You do need to kind of point very straight, and that is necessary. You kind of need a perfect 45-degree angle deflection. I probably should have just used a cutter through those guys. Okay, hit this switch. Hit this switch. No. This was wrong. And then... yep, this switch here. And, yeah. Well, I have 5 seconds to get across. That's not going to be enough. So too many mistakes in the last section once again. Okay, let's just register this time just to see how close we are. About 3 seconds off. That's fine. That can be saved just with better throwing, actually. We certainly lost 3 seconds just from poor throwing angles. And next time, if we're not making it time, we should actually figure out a very reliable pattern for the last series of switches there. And yeah, that was much cleaner. Okay. .243 coming out of that one. Then yeah, we should definitely be saving enough time now. 227 coming out of that one. Whoops. Okay. Let's flip this side first. And then we'll flip both to get this one. And then, whoops. A couple of mistakes there, but we're still going to be able to do this cleanly enough, I think, to... hang on. Spoke too soon. Okay, about 13 seconds to get across. There's plenty. Cutting a bit close there. That was a bit of a slow walk across when we probably could have navigated our way to the end quite a bit more efficiently. And that's okay. We did it carefully, and despite a few mistakes, we had a few seconds to spare, so... With all of that out of the way, I believe that on the stage list, that's going to be a 10 out of 10 here in Original Wasteland, and that's going to mean it's all clear to attempt the boss. Collector in the Sleepless Valley. Can't really tell by the silhouette who it's going to be, but we'll see. Now, all the bosses have a time limit challenge as well as a no damage challenge. We'll probably come back here and try to cheese it with time crash after we've finished studying its initial pattern. Might as well learn the boss properly first, though, just to understand what it's capable of. No need for the maximum tomato. Okay, so needle, bomb, and hammer. Bomb might be interesting here because we have the homing bomb. And the homing bomb, yeah, the throwing range isn't great, but damage output could potentially be significant, so yeah, perhaps the requirement for accuracy won't be as stiff. Look at all these wanted posters. We might as well tear them all down, actually. I wonder if, given the previous achievements for that, there would be any benefit to doing so. Doesn't seem like they're all reachable, though, so let's see if we can actually do that. I think without Ranger, we can't really clear everything here, but that's okay. Let's not fool around with it unless we have good reason to. Boss challenges so far have typically not involved the entrance room, so. And look at this, all this cage that's waiting for me, all these little puppet Kirbys. That looks rather disturbing. So it's somebody who's been collecting all the Waddle Dees in cages so far and wants to collect Kirby. Let's see who it is. Oh, there's our friend in puppet form. Okay, that screenshot is unmissable. That expression is much too good. So who is it this time? Silly Dillo. Okay, let's use the shield ability as much as we can. Oh, we're caged. We're going to thrash about a bit, so we'll need to avoid the cage if we want to do the no damage run, of course. Hit 3 of Silly Dillo's handmade Kirby's. Looks like the homing bomb kind of did that for me. So yeah, the no damage run is probably going to be fairly challenging here as we get into phase 2. Oh yeah, actually, I guess the time crash strategy is going to be a little bit limited in terms of what I can do against this phase. Whoa. Okay. The guard dodge is going to deal with that problem just fine. Also, we've got bombs. We don't really need to stand quite so close. Dodge. Oh, no. That was not a dodge. I might actually lose this guy, given how low we're going on health. Anyway. Oh, there's a puppet. And then I'm going to jump out of the way, but a couple of stars here seem to imply that we can do something here at normal form. Homing bomb is quite good here for trying to attack at range, though. Let's just try to dodge our way out of everything, and that is death. Well, this guy might be a bit of a challenge for the eventual boss rushes, given that we're taking so much damage, but we just need to learn his pattern. And yeah, eventually figure out what time crash is going to do for me as well. And notice that since I'm restarting this, I do not keep the achievement, of course, for knocking out the puppet Kirbys. Okay. Okay, we'll dodge. And we'll dodge as much as we can. Bomb explosion is going to do quite a bit for me here in terms of hitting puppet Kirby. But we are going to miss the third one, so we'll need to redo the fight later to grab that, assuming, of course, that I actually managed to clear a silly Dillo. Okay. Okay, no, let's get the bomb roll done, probably. Okay. Okay. Dodge. Nope, I was stuck. Okay. Detonating the bombs is a little too early, actually. Let's miss the cage. Yeah, we don't want to spam the bombs quite so quickly. As they just crash into each other. Now, can I actually destroy this projectile? I'm sure there's some kind of achievement for it if we do manage to do it. Whoops. This spin-off that we suddenly have to contend with. Whoop. Dodge, please. Nope. Nope. I was in the middle of my attack. That was not good news. We should be able to get to clear this time, though. Just rather close to death, and so am I. But okay, not a very clean fight. But we'll see what the achievements are. We'll go for the Kirby smashing up top, of course. We did get a time achievement, which is good news because it means we can probably focus on damage avoidance. Blizzard Ice. Very interesting. So yeah, the main thing here will just be to probably stay at range and avoid him, which indicates to me that maybe Cutter is a good idea. Defeat him with a hammer. Well, I mean, I guess we'll have to smash him with a hammer then. And the last one is almost certainly going to be the no damage run, so we'll do it that way. So let's go back with the hammer and at least tick one additional box, if not two. Defeating the boss is going to kick me back to town, though, so we may as well see about any of the abilities that we have not yet unlocked. And we have an additional gotcha machine. I haven't really been using any of them or checking my collection list, but we'll do that when we are through the actual game, just to get a sense of what we need to do. Pretty low on health here, but that's okay. We can refresh that next time we do the fight, so. Now, when it says defeating him with hammer, I wonder if that includes the hammer variations. I would assume it does, given that the active hammer is just offered to you at the beginning of that fight. I guess the reason that hammer is a challenge here is because you really do need to get up into his face in melee range, and that's something that is naturally going to be risky with the way that he swipes the cage at you. Twin Drill and Blizzard Ice. Okay, well, let's take a look at either of these. And Twin Drill, very high powered. Let's see it. Okay, let's give it a test drive. You know what? Just to get the blinking out of the way, let's actually get to sleep first of all, just to heal up. And we're just going to take a nap here until such time as we've recovered. Might as well fill that meter while we're at it. That will also give me an opportunity to read the twin drill description. Unleash brutal attacks with double the drill power. Attack enemies above you while still burrowing below. Ah, that's a big bonus. Okay. Yeah. It doesn't do the pencil projectile, of course, when it comes out. It seems to do kind of just diagonal up projectile. It does do Quake still? Yes, it does. That's something that we haven't used very much, but... And yeah, if you drill from under, you can kind of combo it into midair. Sort of interesting, because you might be able to push and add damage here while also creating a Quake circle. Just like this. And then, yeah. Very effective. I think we'll keep it. Let's see about Blizzard Ice. So we are through most of the ability list at this point. Blizzard Ice looking absolutely crystalline. And then, oh, Blizzard Ice puts up a wall. Well, it works kind of like Frosty, except not these longer range projectiles here. And notice that when you spam this ability, rather than doing that ice shield, it does the ice spike. It does keep you stationary, though. And if you are moving into it, as with the regular ice spam move, where you tap repeatedly, it does move with you. But quite a large damage range on that now, so... And yeah, so rather than spraying ice, you get these continuous spikes, which seems pretty fancy, so... Don a beautiful tiara of ice and become a frigid force of nature. Skate around enemies. Well, I mean, skating around is just skating. It's not any different from usual, I think. It's not indicative of some special property of this ability. Anyway, we are going to take Hammer into the next round, perhaps. Actually, no, you know what we'll do? We will time crash it. Because that's going to be my attempt, since we're in town right now, we're going to take that as my attempt to get a no damage run against Silly Dillo as quickly as we can. And just to skip as much of the phases as we can. And then we'll go back over that fight with Hammer. Because then we don't need to go back and forth into town. We can check with this guy later. I think we just want to go back to the map for now. Notice that this time, the cutscene unlocking the next zone didn't happen until we left town. Previously, it would unlock right away, I think, unless I was mistaken. Redgar Forbidden Lands, that looks like it's probably going to be the final area. We also know that DDD is still unaccounted for after having defeated him once. But yeah, we're not going to do this yet, obviously. We have plenty of other business before we enter the fiery Forbidden Lands, so let's go back. So this will be an attempted no-damage run. I don't think it's going to be something that involves the Sleepless Kirbys unless they are able to extend Time Crash for me, which would be great. We know from experience that as these bosses have become more difficult, though, Time Crash is doing less and less to whittle them down. But I do want to check it anyway. It's not as cheesy as it was much earlier in the game. But it's still fairly useful, I think. So let's just get over here. Okay. And then we'll just whack him. Okay. So we'll need to defeat him as normal now, and that is going to be something that I have to do. Yeah. Probably just taking advantage of these stars that it leaves behind, and nope, that's not going to be a no damage run, so. Yeah, it's not actually going to help me too much, I think, because Time Crash gets me through Phase 1 with about a third of the bar depleted. I still need to dodge fairly accurately. But then, of course, at least doing this fight as normal Kirby would allow me to spit from afar and do some range damage. But I get the sense that Time Crash is not going to be the optimal solution here. Something like Buzzsaw Cutter might actually be very good, just because it's not only very high damage, but also allows me to stay at range. So let's go Hammer this time. And we just need to defeat his Hammer, although of course going for the no damage achievement if we can is going to be preferred. Okay, need to just dodge the cage. Oh no, I was trying to dodge that and that was a no-go, but we'll just try to get out of here before taking too much damage. And then, actually we got through Phase 1 really quickly, which is not exactly what I wanted to do because I did want to punch out the Kirbys in the top, so. Okay. Yeah, we just need to not get trapped by the tracks, and then we'll just whack him. Oh, nope. Too long a charge, didn't get any damage done. We'll just do 2 phases of the charge then. Okay. The idea is not to get trapped by either of the tracks. Oh, nope, tried to dodge that, and that was too close. So yeah, I think it is possible to dodge everything. We just play really safely, though. Nope. That was not safe. Yeah, and that's why Hammer is a challenge. When he's standing quite so close. Okay. There we go, that's a big hit. Okay, this phase I actually still don't really understand. I don't know if we can do much to deflect. I actually wonder if Ranger would be good here. Nope. Oh, that's going to hit me pretty directly. And we're we're going to lose hammer entirely, but we'll see if we can at least clear the fight so we can take a more advantageous item with us here. Yeah, hammer just takes forever to get to him, and still don't really understand what to do about this part of the pattern, which is not good news. Yeah, because he's going to spin it off towards us. Can I hit it back? I don't know. Okay, we'll just try to play it safe. Dodge every hit, create plenty of track space to do so, and then whack him like that, and then we should be able to spam him down from here, almost. Yeah, I do need to be able to hit him during this phase, and hammer kind of precludes me from doing so, let's see if we can survive this. I will only really be able to take one additional hit, so... Okay. We'll just dodge like this. Okay, that should be a win. Once again, very untidy. Yeah. Well, it would be inconvenient to go back into town for every single run, but... Yeah, Time Crash isn't going to get me the Silly Dillo challenge, so we should go back in here immediately, perhaps, and try it with a different ability. Or try it with bombs again, because bombs do allow me to do a ton of damage. And we know the dodging pattern for the final phase now, and so that's going to be helpful. Clutter Needle was, or whichever needle we run, I think was Crystal Needle, is the final one here that we can play with. We can actually try it once with Needle just to see, because that has the disadvantage of also being something that's mostly functional at melee range, which does make the final phase a little bit slow and risky, especially with dodging the cages. But Crystal Needle I haven't really played much with yet, so... And it does have the advantage of having some projectiles available, so we can actually hit things at range. And also, perhaps, getting out of the way in some respects. So let's try it with Needle, in fact, and see if this existing kit is going to be enough to work with. Okay. 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 And we'll do the achievement first, in fact. Okay, that's all three. Nope, nope. Okay, so much for that one. That's okay, we'll just finish the fight anyway. Yeah, I think Ranger or Cutter is going to be how we'll do it. We really can't get within range of the cage at all. We have to play very defensively. Although Time Crash is still going to be useful. Actually, Time Crash doesn't get me much further than this current position that we're in now, so... Needle might actually be good enough, to be honest. It's the final phase dodging pattern that I'm still not very comfortable with, so... As long as we have huge damage output against him, we should be in good shape. Yeah, Needle allows me to get up quite close without running into trouble, so... Nope. We don't want to lose the power, of course. Yeah, dodging the spin and dodging the next projectiles after that. Whoops. Nope. We just need to be extra cautious. Obviously, I would like to do it with one of the abilities that we have out of the box in this level, so we don't spend so much time refreshing. Interestingly enough, because Needle allows me to pick up the stars, that is actually a huge boost in damage that we can use to my advantage here. I don't know if I can outrun with the Needle. I think that's unlikely to be the case, so yeah, that's not going to work. Can't really outrun him. I just have to dodge accurately. So we obviously took a ton of damage in that fight, but I think the insight of using Needle in conjunction with the stars, along with some good dodges, is what we need. So we can try it again, or we can try it with bombs, since we know a little more about the dodging pattern now. If we are going to go back to town to try to attempt it again, though, Cutter is probably ideal for this. But we'll try with Needle at least a few times. Main issue, once again, is that you just need to get so close to melee range. So, actually, no, you know what? Let's take a ranged weapon and then see what we can do with it. So I would say either Ranger or Buzzsaw. And we're gonna go Buzzsaw, I think. Whoops. This will actually be the first boss that we're not really cheesing with Time Crash. But again, it just comes down to the dodging pattern. And the more damage output we have at range, the better off we'll be, so... We'll try a couple of different configurations to see what works, and this is one fight that I am kind of worried about for the eventual boss rush in the Coliseum that we'll be doing. Although one thing I hadn't really been taking advantage of is perhaps the stationary guard, in terms of figuring out what that is able to mitigate, and the way that it mitigates so much of the damage in some of the previous fights, like Chloroline. But yeah, given that we have the other achievement here now, let's just try to work through this quickly. And okay, remember, no damage, otherwise we would have to restart. And yeah, that's just a matter of spamming the attack a bit. We actually don't want to hold into it because you can spam so many buzzsaw cutters at once. Look at that. Fantastic damage. Yeah. Whoa, that was close. Yeah, you can really whittle him down quickly. So it'll be dodging the final phase that's I'm most worried about. Okay. Pretty clean so far. I think this is going to be the way to do it. Alright, so the spin move here, I am a bit concerned about. And look at that, we can actually still damage him with Cutter. A little bit worried about dodge. No, I took damage, unfortunately. So yeah, this will be a restart. I think Cutter is absolutely the right idea, though. Ranger would be the only thing that comes close to the strategy that we're attempting here. Also, exiting immediately mid-fight allows me to get back in. That's something I hadn't considered previously with Time Crash, because Time Crash does revert to normal. And so if we just exit the stage with Cutter intact, we can just get directly back into it. So yeah, that's actually the first time we've done that in the game. Or had to, in order to preserve the ability of our choosing, so whatever strategy we take into these bosses, we should be fine. In terms of not having too much downtime returning to town and switching power-ups or anything. Okay. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Phase 1 is going to be really quick. Also, the melee attack as Cutter is something I should consider. And hadn't been doing lately, in spite of how much damage it does. Yeah, so Cutter at melee range is just amazing, and so we have to consider it whenever possible. Okay. Okay, so this dodging pattern is what I have a lot of trouble with. Let's just be as defensive as possible here. Let's not get too creative, not too fancy. Nope, took a hit. Audio is gone, well, so is this attempt, so thank you for letting me know. We will fix that right away and restart this fight. Yeah, the stream has gone pretty well on a technical level so far, I think. So luckily not too many of these issues as we've continued today. Yeah, we need to do a lot better with that dodging pattern. I wonder if just straight up guarding into it is right, but I would be surprised if it is. We may have to experiment a bit. Also, oh no, I lost Cutter going into this, so I need to go back to town. I should have considered that. That did need to retake the Cutter. Let's return to town and pick it up again. Or consider perhaps switching to something like Ranger. But no, I like Cutter on this fight a lot, so we'll stick with it. And we just picked this up anyway, so may as well play with it some more. Tornado might be interesting, actually, because Tornado is quick, and Tornado would allow me to dodge easily. And Tornado would also allow me to pick up the stars. We should consider Tornado as an alternative if Cutter is still getting me into too much trouble with the defensive posturing in a final phase. Yeah, because the Flare Tornado would solve a lot of problems here as well. And we'll see. I do like how this fight does encourage a certain mastery of the dodge roll. And the dodge roll has been getting me through much of the later phases, but we still don't have a good answer to the spin attack from the boss, so we'll have to do that because he really gets right up into your face. And we'll need to do something else to get around that. Okay. 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 There we go. There we go. Very quick phase transition here. Okay, we're going to be a little bit trapped here. Whoops. Okay, let's grab the cutter before we go up. And then I'm going to reset this because I trapped myself in the corner. So yeah, when you exit a stage, you keep the copy ability that you had upon exit. Yeah, I was just in a really bad position there. Because the thing is, when he lays down those tracks from dashing across and rolling down the arena, you cannot roll dodge over that ridge that is created by his spinning track, and so you do need plenty of space when you are doing those multiple dodges in a row, those 3 dodges in a row, to make sure that you're going to have ample room to remain undamaged every time. Okay. Okay, that's fine, and that's still good. And yeah, so given that Time Crash isn't doing anything beyond that first phase transition, no reason to stay with it. Okay. Okay, good. Very high damage phase here. We'll just try to whittle him down quickly. And create plenty of space here to do that same pattern again. Ideally for melee range. Okay. Now, let's just not take damage. That's the main idea here. Wow, this guy just goes on forever. Okay, he's gonna do the second spin. Whoop. There we go, got him. Too bad I couldn't actually damage him through any of that. Okay, I think 1 or 2 more of these dodging phases, if we do it cleanly, should be enough. Yeah, I can try to send projectiles to keep him damaged during this phase, but I'd rather not risk it. It's already tough enough to dodge everything with good timing, so... Okay. Okay, 1 more phase should be fine. Let's not mess it up. Nope, I took some chip damage at the end there. That was really close. But I was beginning to slip a bit with the dodging maneuver. Probably should stay on the left trigger. My habit has been to put guard on ZL, but we need to move the stick so rapidly with the guard down to get those successive dodges that I was definitely finding my response time with the controller to be less than ideal. So we were so close. We were just basically 1 damage phase away. But I feel like this is going to be the right idea. Yeah, I just needed to optimize my damage output against him. Not spend too long getting into position. Okay. Okay. That was clean. Yeah, actually the problem with doing the cutter melee is that even though the damage output is significant, it prevents me from continuing the combo very well because it's a combo finisher, it's not really a combo continuation. Okay. But if we get in, we can use it as a finisher. Like so. Alright, so let's do this. We can probably send out a few shots before we dodge. Okay. Good. Same kind of idea as before. We just need to not mess this up, and I managed to get some additional damage in this time, so we'll take a few shots and then do the finisher, and then we're going to be fairly close. Oh. Nope. No, 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 no. So close. About one shot from the end. Let's grab the cutter. We were right there. Yeah, got a little bit aggressive at the end, trying to sneak in an extra shot during the spinning projectile phase. I feel like there's something mechanically that I don't completely understand about this fight yet, in terms of something that I could do to counterattack during that phase, but you know, something to stun him out of that, or reflect the projectiles or something. There is definitely something in that phase that feels like it remains to be discovered. Like some kind of meaningful counter. Like I've been saying, maybe Tornado would be a cleaner option here. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That was actually kind of a dangerous position. Nearly blew that whole thing up. Okay. The damage output is getting better and better, though, as I play this fight, so... Anyway, just going to put the final touches on that. I never quite know how to estimate how long the spin phase is going to be, and that's a bit of a problem, because I don't know how much time I have before we get to trouble. Dodge, 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 no. I was mid-attack, and so I was on a cooldown where I was unable to dodge. I think there's a bit of delay if you are mid-attack, where I was out of position. We have the right idea for most of this, though. That's okay, just a few attempts should probably do it. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't attempt to close out this entire world in the previous stream when we were most of the way through World 5. That would have taken a little too long, I think. I certainly do not expect to get through all of World 6 today, but we'll try to do as much as we can and see where that takes us. Yeah, so I don't want to be spamming attacks too much going into a defensive phase. Okay. Yeah. Need to prepare in advance when I know that dodging is imminent. And then we'll just kind of creep over as we spam the attack. Okay, there we are. Eventually, when I do the Colosseum boss rushes, I will probably need to figure out a good strategy for him with some different items, but until that point, we'll stick with this. Okay, let's not spam too much. Let's try to get as many dodges in as we can manage. Whoops. That's awfully close. Okay. Here we go. Let's not go too risky here. We know how the pattern is going to work, but obviously the less I have to deal with the spin phase, the better. I think one additional cycle on it should probably do the trick. Yeah, just one more of these cycles. Whoop. Let's dodge to the side if we can. Just stay way out of range. Okay. The same idea here, we'll just dodge. Okay. Nope. I got trapped. I got trapped along the edge at the time and I realized it. And too close to the wall. And because, yeah, I was right by the ridge, and I know that if I am along the ridge, I'm unable to roll dodge. What I should do in the event that I get trapped like that is actually a short hop. Like a short hop into the ridge, and then we dodge out of that from there, because the issue was that I was being sandwiched between the trench that he dug and the wall with the dodging pattern that I had taken, and there was just no room for escape. This is absolutely the right strategy, though. I'm basically just one dodge away from executing it the way I'd like. But yeah, it is possible to get a good distance away from the boss during the spinning phase and just let the spin expire. And that's something I should consider. That's going to be instantly a failure. Let's restart this after I confirm that I am going to leave with the cutter intact. Anyway, let's try it again. I wonder sometimes with these bosses if they have particular weaknesses to certain counters, like you would in a Mega Man game where bosses are especially vulnerable to certain abilities in a way that, you know, fire and ice bosses would kind of counter each other. Anyway, yeah, spamming Buzzer from a distance is probably better than using the melee finisher, in fact, because I get to continue that chain for as long as necessary. So maybe we shouldn't stand too close. We should just... Anyway, let's try to dodge. So maybe I don't need to finish her. No, you know what? We'll use it. It's too useful not to. We just need to have a good sense of when we're at the end of the attack phase that's available. And then, there we go. Straight into this phase. Nope. Feels like we just have very little room to dodge that. Just let me make sure I have my ability. Okay, yeah, we're gonna exit. Maybe I should actually be floating above that. I don't know if I have enough room to do so, or if I'll get hit, but possibly I should just be using the float. I don't know if that gives me enough height, though, because that is a rather high-range attack. It's a pretty big spinning object. I kind of get the feeling that's not going to work. But yeah, it's kind of true that in this fight I have not been taking much advantage of Kirby's ability to just stay in the air. But that's partly because I just don't trust the range on that. I think I am going to get whipped if I try that. But what I can do is probably slide out of the way. Yeah. The various speedy abilities are probably going to be very good here. Things like... that's a mistake. Things like either ice or tornado that allow you to speed through it and gain plenty of distance. I do have a mind to try tornado instead on this, but we'll stick with this for now because the approach seems to be mainly working. We're just dodging it accurately. So we'll see what we can do. Yeah, because I think in that phase I should actually try to gain distance with a slide. And just try to play keep away for as long as possible. It's just that sometimes the ending of the slide can be a little bit laggy if you're not careful, so... I'm gonna get right into perfect range for this ability here, and we're not going to have to deal with the second cage swipe. Whoops, spamming the start button a little too much there. Didn't mean to get into the pause screen. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of repositioning to make sure we're not bumped up against the wall. Okay, another phase. Yeah, just need pretty good depth perception on the attack there, and then should be able to dodge just fine. Okay, good phase there. Now once again, let's try to keep at a distance. I can try to attack into this phase, but it's probably not advisable to do so. Yeah. Okay, so, whoop, still at it. And then now we have the double spin, which we'll try to dodge. And then we'll dodge the roll move as usual. Okay, that's clean. One additional phase like that should probably do the trick. Given my usual damage output here. Yeah, one additional phase will do it. Got cornered again. just didn't get a good sense of how close I was against the wall. Yeah, sometimes that move just misses me completely and isn't too much of a nuisance to deal with. And sometimes it's quite a bit worse. I wonder if I really should just guard into that in a stationary manner. To at least try it once to see, you know, for the purpose of research whether it's going to work. But I think it's not so good often against knockback attacks like that. I don't necessarily think I'll be able to weather it. Because he's just going to stand on top of me, right, and just spin all day. So, don't know if the straight up guard is going to be the answer here. But yeah, everything else is fine. We're just one dodge away. Really. And if I can get away with some additional chip damage to make up for that tiny sliver that we tend to have at the end. Whoops, let's reset. Standing too close and I got caught up in the finishing move there. I should not do the melee finishing move here. It just removes too much control from me when I'm trying to defend, so... And yeah, I mean, this is boss number 5. We would assume at this point that some of the bosses are going to give me a bit more trouble. DDD took a little while as well until I wrecked him with Time Crash back in World 4. Yeah, the slide followed by the jump before you get trapped at the end of the slide. That's something I will have to take advantage of. So yeah, we'll stay at range. And then back up, and then usually able to do this just a tiny bit faster, but we'll get that instead. Okay, there we go. Yeah, if you just move gently towards the ridge between dodges, then it is possible to do that a bit cleaner. And minimize the amount of ground that he's covering. And yeah, just going to get a clean phase transition over here. Now this is the tough thing. I still don't really have a good answer to this. And okay, let's just make sure I dodge each of these. And we'll just try to get within range quickly and efficiently. And then, okay, not as good with damage as we usually do, but the thing is, this is all about defense. And I'm standing way too close, and once again, chip damage. Yeah, the problem is that I'm still too close after the guard, and yeah, we'll fix audio as well. That's clearly not the attempt there. Okay, let's try it again. well, it's just that's one last dodging phase that we have to deal with. Nope. And you have to sit through this thing before you can actually exit and restart. You know what? Let's try Tornado, just to change things up a bit. I've been talking about it for a while. We may as well give it a go. Given that, at the very least, it's going to simplify the dodging, which is the major issue we have. I hope so, anyway. We don't know that for a fact until we've tried it. Okay. Fleur Tornado, let's do it. Yeah, this is still just the first of the two available upgrades. The upgrades are not necessarily a strict power spike, but the damage numbers definitely do go up. So given that this is still the first Tornado unlock, hopefully the damage output is going to be fine, but mainly I'm picking this for defensive purposes. And we'll try it. Yeah, because once again, the idea with Fleur Tornado is that I'm going to try to pick up the stars just like I did with Needle earlier. But moreover, it's the speed that's going to be helpful here. That we don't have to do the roll dodge everywhere because we'll have enough speed to outpace him. Hopefully, because there's a bit of downtime to deal with sometimes with the Tornado. And, well, we got whacked right away, so let's maybe not do it that way. Hang on. You know what? Let's practice with the Tornado once, just to understand how the pattern is going to work and what the cooldown times are going to be. Notice that I'm not actually doing much damage, unfortunately. Yeah, the damage output is quite poor relative to how I was doing with Cutter. But we'll practice it, just so I know what this phase looks like before we're trying with no damage strictly. I'm still going to do the dodging pattern for the roll phase here because I understand how it works. Then we're going to kick up the stars. Yeah. Getting into position is a bit of an issue here. Spent a little bit too much time. Yeah, we really need to pick up more of those stars to make this work. I think the damage output is too poor. And we're getting pretty far up close anyway. I think we are going to try it the old way. Or with Ranger. But once again, Ranger, since we're still on Noble Ranger, unless we get a good lock-on with a rapid fire, I don't really think that's going to be that useful either. The new ice upgrade might be an interesting option for it as well. Actually, Drill might be really good, because Drill would allow me to get out of the way of the incoming attacks. We should consider Drill, in fact. I'm going to do Cutter first again, but let's do Drill, actually, just to try something new. Especially since we have the full upgrade on it now. Yeah, because Drill gives me a fair bit of movement. The issue with it mainly is that I do still need to get within melee range to attack, which is always going to be a bit of a risk. But with this Drill upgrade, I'm able to deal damage from below, so... Yeah, there is a little bit of a wind-up time that we need to be aware of. So that's only if I'm doing it from the air, though. Yeah, we're definitely going to try withdrawal, I think. And we'll see, because I can even use the Quake move if he's stationary to try to do a bit of extra damage. I like it. That's a quick phase. We'll probably still do the roll out of the dodge phase just because I'm familiar with it and it's something safe. So I don't have to worry too much about the drill timing. We can even do a few phases of Quake. Now, the real test of this, of course, will be the final phase. Oh, trying to do the cage swipe. We normally don't even let him do the cage swipe, actually, in this phase, because with Cutter, I'm able to get into the final phase quickly enough that it's not an issue. So it is a bit slower damage-wise than Cutter, which allows me to skip the cage phase completely. Then this is going to be what we're really using the drill for, just to try to avoid some of these attacks. So we actually have some movement to get out of the way, which we don't with the roll dodge. And yeah, we can even get into attack during this phase. Yeah, I'm liking the twin drill strategy quite a bit, actually. Can even attack during this phase. Okay, that's a little bit close for comfort, but... okay, very close. Yeah, you can just charge directly across him, in fact, for this bit. There we go. That's clean. First try with the drill. So yeah, I should have come up with that solution much sooner, in fact. We just hadn't really been taking the drill into bosses at all, so... that was a rather obvious route that we hadn't considered. And that was a bit dependent on the twin drill's property of being able to attack from underneath, of course. Okay. That is it for World 5, I believe. Well, let's take a look at World 6 and see how much of it we can do. Redgar, Forbidden Lands. We should scan around, of course, for anything discoverable. Usually you have 2 that are discoverable right from the start. 2 challenges. And we might as well just fly around and see how extensive this landscape is. Check all these available spots like this one here, which is going to reveal something right away. It's going to be Carmouth. Okay. Also, some additional stages back here, potentially, which we're going to open up. So yeah, in keeping with the pattern that has been established so far, I do expect maybe one additional unlockable as well. Notice that past the boss stage, it looks like there's going to be a final area at the summit ahead of it. Indignation, it's plagiarism simulator because Kirby is always copying everybody else. But that's a good question. Anyway, let's uncover this. So yeah, as expected, 2 challenges that are available right away, and normal, yeah, we'll do it. Kirby's Inhale Showdown, so we need to use the stars as accurately as possible, and also just spit fairly accurately. And yeah, kind of get this double hit here. Getting double hits as often as we can, in fact. 246 in this area. And then we can actually hoover all of them up at once. Which is great, because... Oh, we should have kept that. 231 coming out of this zone. I mean, we don't need to defeat everything here, but... Whoops. Actually... Yeah, if I had something there, I could have bombed it. 212 in this area. That's going to be a little too slow, I think, but... We'll see what we can do with it. And yeah, I suppose the idea is that we come up here, we inhale as much as we can, and then fire it at the other side. Oh, that's not good. Mang, welcome. Yeah, we need to take some of these projectiles to take care of that guy. And yeah, we don't need to hit everything, but we do need to hit these guys, probably. And then we have a rather concerning looking arena over here, where we're going to be facing off against Wild Edge, twin Wild Edge. Oh no, Wild Edge plus Bonkers, oh that's not good. Well, we've got 30 seconds to take care of them. But luckily, lots of stars available if we want to do that. I probably should have used the bombs here as well. Okay. We don't get to pick up the hammer, of course, and then this is going to be time. So we're going to be a little ways off when it comes to the time limit. Probably within 10 seconds. So given how badly I was playing it, though, that's probably fine. We took a lot of damage along the way. And yeah, we do need to eradicate all that. We're 16 seconds off. So, lots of room for improvements. But for the final fight, we can afford to stay reasonably close, I think. Given that the enemy attacks do launch a fair number of stars that I can use for deflections. So lots that I can clean up along the way, of course. We'll attempt it again until we get it done. And yeah, some of the triple inhales here. Learning how to save these. Whoops. Let's start over. That's a bit of an awful start, so no use keeping that. $248 here. And just trying to do these as quickly as possible is going to help. 233 coming out of this one. Very good. Whoops. Now, why do I want to bomb this? We're going to find out. Okay. Yeah, that was definitely suboptimal, but... Whoops. 203 here. Yeah, I'm messing up this room quite badly, but... As long as we stand close to the edge, we should be fine. And then, yeah, getting rid of that guy quickly is going to be a big improvement. Okay. Let's try to fight. 137, so we have a tiny bit more time than we did last time, but not much. We'll just pelt him as quickly as we can. Particularly because there's no point in trying to attack Wild Edge during the shield phase. But of course, we're down to Wild Edge already, which is interesting. Lost a bit of time here. Yeah, it's too bad I missed a few shots here. That was almost correct. And then, if he gets into shield phase while Bonkers is already down, we lose a fair bit of time. 55 seconds at the end of that. We need to add 10 seconds to get to the ending. Let's try again. Let's keep track of how quickly I'm actually getting to the edge in Bonkers' fight. Okay. Nope, not very accurate. And then not very accurate either. That's okay. 230 coming out of that. That's still back on par with how I was doing on some of the better attempts. Okay. And then we'll drop those out just to get them out of the way, and then whoa. Okay, 216 in this area. Yeah, I took a bit of a loss on the time there, of course, but 203 into flight phase. And then 155 coming out of that. So let's see how we do here. Nope. Yeah, obviously I wanted to inhale all of those and then just push through these guys. 138 here is kind of on par with how I was doing previously though, so lots of room for improvement. Yeah, I should actually prioritize Wild Edge, I think, whenever I don't have a shield phase. Yeah, because if he's not shielded, I've got to take advantage of that. Okay, 115. This was almost good. Nope, just throwing everything the wrong way. 6 seconds to get to the ending. Yeah, this was close, but we needed to do the spit at the end. So, targeting Wild Edge down first is the right idea. I just missed too many shots against Bonkers immediately afterwards, just spitting in the wrong direction every time. So, this was the right approach. Most things were fine despite some many early mistakes. I think we should be able to make this marker without too much trouble. And given just how many mistakes I was making and how good we were still doing for time, let's redo. And yeah, we definitely want a few triple inhales though. Once again, I do not need to defeat everything except in the rooms that are locked up. It's just mostly to straighten out some of the platforming to make it easier, so... Okay, that was barely salvaged. This is a mess, already at 2:30, and we're not even close to getting out of there. So way off from the best attempts. I think I need to stand closer for the triple and hill, not further. There we go, much better. Yeah, so for the triple, stand close as possible. Very good. And not quite, but we've done that badly before, so... nope, that's not going to do it. Yeah, 227, we're way off. Didn't even go for the right exit there, so... No, too far. Okay. Nope. What a bad miss. Okay, still around 230 there though, so not as bad as it could be. We'll just skip this. Yeah, if you're careful, you don't actually need to do any of that, so... Okay. I hadn't really thought about taking advantage of the big spit, in fact. Hang on. This was not good. 201 after the aerial phase. 158 coming out of that. Okay, that's actually a pretty significant gain. Yeah, we gained about 10 seconds going into this. So let's not squander it. Okay, Wild Edge is going to be targeted first. Okay. Okay. There we go. 13 seconds to get to the ending. Let's do it. Cleared with time to spare. Alright, that's another check mark in the bag. Let's go for Cardmouth. Thank you for the GG. Now, where did the car level go? It's all the way up there, I think. Collection laps circling circuit. 40-second benchmark. Well, so we'll need to drive well, which is maybe never a good sign. We actually could have shortcut that in the middle. Going to Rainbow Road, that little segment there. 39, and then where's the exit? Oh, we need to keep going, okay. Right, because it's collection laps. Whoops. It's okay, this is still a learning run, we should keep going. And then 18 seconds. Let's see how far off we are. It's going to be 40 seconds remaining that we need to hit. And so I just needed to do that cleanly without the mild failure in the middle. Yeah, 4 seconds, we can easily shave that. Don't want to get slowed down too much, but there are a few improvements we can make here that should definitely save that much time. So, having had some practice with the car achievements in earlier levels, this is actually not too threatening, as far as I can tell. Given that you just need to do 2 laps here. Nope. And yeah. Well, I do need to learn how to cut that corner anyway for the next lap. Okay, that's 41 on the clock going into lap 2. That's probably fine. But we'll see. Definitely took a few hits here along the way. Okay, 5 seconds to get to the exit. I think we can do that. And there we go, that went down pretty easily. Okay, let's actually get into the stages. Like I said, not expecting to actually clear World 6 today, but we'll try what we can. Enter the fiery Forbidden Lands. Clear the stage, save to hit Waddle Dees. Same deal as always, 4 Ds this time. And yeah, we're going to get on the highway, or at least close to the highway, below the highway, into this lava level that's just kind of sitting here in the ruins of this magnificent metropolitan landscape. Yeah, the intro areas are always worth checking, as we've discovered from previous experience. But in this case, it doesn't look like we're going to reveal anything, at least not yet. Anything over here? Not yet. Okay. Okay, this looks like a kind of gate, doesn't it? No, it's not. Not everything is worth checking. A drill has turned out to be a good idea here. Drill has, in fact, turned out to be extremely useful. Anyway, I bet we can take this guy out. Do I get anything for taking him out? Yes, I do. Defeat 2 lookouts. Yeah, we'll have to look for another one of his companions. Anyway, let's take out Sword. Not gonna switch to sword though. I think drill has been a really good choice in this level so far. So this is sinking. Can I defeat this guy before we? Well, I don't know if there's a point to doing so, but if there was, we have lost it. So whoops. Electrodude, welcome. So Electrodude would just started World 6 after completing 100% of World 5. So yeah, there are definitely some sections here where we'll have to be careful about getting everything done before we run into issues with the timer on the switches. And yeah, here's the other lookout. Let's get rid of him. Yeah, these hopping bunnies are continuing to be a bit of a problem. Whoops. So Electrodude, I don't know if you're already at 100% or something in this game. I know you've been playing it quite a bit. I haven't touched it since the stream last week, of course. Okay, so there's 3. So yeah, this is partly time sensitive. 4, and then... Oh, that's not it. Drill has once again turned out to be quite useful, though, in terms of giving me the speed necessary to do this. We'll see if this is indeed D number 1, as I suspect it is. You're at 97%. Yeah, you told me that True Arena was giving you some trouble. The only thing you have left is the Frenzy gig. I don't think I know what that is yet. So we'll see. Okay. And well, we'll keep that in mind when we eventually understand what lies in store. It's one of the mini games, the lunch one. Oh, okay. I have beaten that one, I think. Unless there are additional levels that unlock later. I actually have done it. Nope, nothing here, but that's the kind of area that is worth checking. Anyway, let's get over here. Drill segment on this side? Perfect, because I actually have drill. Whoops. That's D number 2. And yeah, this just gives you drill to get out in case you get trapped. And of course we'll check this. Notice how as these come out, your elevation increases because of the way the jump mechanic works in this game. Oh, also notice this on the right side. I probably want to approach that before we get out. But currently I don't see how we'll get there, so... probably going around, perhaps, somehow. This looks like something, though, right? Yep. And yeah, we need to avoid sleep. I mean, that's what we usually do on this stream, is we avoid sleep. Then here we go. Secret passage located. Okay. Yeah, I think I beat the Frenzy difficulty in the lunch game, but I'd have to check to be sure. I think I had finished what I wanted to do with it, at least for now. I mean, I didn't have a perfect run or anything, but... we'll see. I mean, that was long enough ago now that I probably don't have the clearest memory of what I have or have not accomplished. Anyway, clearing those guys out of the way allows me to check up here for something. I did it in a bit of a messy way, but we'll take it. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the collectibles at all, or used the gacha machines. And so, I don't have a good sense of just how much of that is up to RNG and how much of that is truly a requirement for 100% exploration of the stages. But let's see, this only sinks once because that's how all of the lava works. Electric Dude, I think your reaction time is probably, well, certainly at least as good as mine, given that you have so much Toho practice going on all the time and dodge bullets. Yeah, it's like playing tennis, though. You just need to stay reasonably centered. Drill, once again, is going to be the operative power here. It makes it very convenient for me that I took Drill in here in the first place. Okay. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, we're gonna lose it. Can I reset this one? I should be able to if I just pop out and redo the room. Yeah, water is gonna get me out. And then what is this? Yeah, we'll try to redo the room if I can, because I missed the top right corner, and then Mouthful. What is Mouthful? You know, Mouthful might even just be able to spray some of the lava, perhaps. No, it totally doesn't. It doesn't do anything of the sort. Because the whole thing is just sinking, so... So what is it good for here? We are about to find out. Interesting. I would like to go back, though. But the fact that I have Mouthful available here, yeah, allows me to do this. I bet it's good for something. Like eliminating these remaining pools, or... and then opening this up. Yeah, so I will go back. I just want to make sure I knew what was going on. But clearly, there's something you can do here by chaining water all the way down. I do want to redo the drill, so... one thing I should also check is whether perhaps eliminating those pools would be useful further back, although you can't really float this far with water intact, so it's not going to be something like that, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah. Didn't exactly have a good dig here last time. We're going to need to prioritize the lower levels, and so... Okay. 4 accounted for. See, fairly easy once you just managed to spot the elevation and the order according to what you actually want to do, so we better get out. The gacha machines are very fair. They heavily favor new pulls. Yeah, I didn't really understand, not having looked into it yet, how bad they would be with things like duplication. Whoops, oh, that's a bad idea. Let's get back up. You didn't need to grind for extra money to get all of them. Yeah, I mean, I haven't been using them partly because I've just been making sure I have enough of a bank for any thing that really requires cash. But the idea is I'll finish the game and then I'll just dump everything I can in there. I mean, I would assume that despite the random selection that you get from them, that's the ones that are achievement locked remain achievement locked. Look at that, that's the finale right there, but there's clearly a drill segment that is available just a little past that. I would assume that Mouthful actually gets you across. Ah, no. Oh, destroy lava balls, okay. I wonder if I can reload this area by going back. Because clearly you need to drill your way across, it's just I didn't really spot that accurately. So let's try to reload it. But I'm not expecting that to give me anything, given that it's just a sort of optional path that gets destroyed here. But we'll see. Don't really know too much about the loading rules in this game, so... And yeah, once you've achieved that, you don't need to do much else. And hey, Roger Boy, welcome. Then do you get a second chance at this? Let's see. You do not. Okay, so we missed our chance at that. We will have to redo the level, and... Yeah, lava balls are the only other thing we missed here, so we actually just have to redo the ending. Also don't know if it would have missed any scrolls. I don't know what... Yeah, I guess water is mostly just useful for the lava balls. Interestingly enough, though, if you do the lava balls, you are likely going to be maybe too slow for the drill. Actually, no, because if you eliminate everything that is about to crush that platform, then you still retain the path for the drill. So I think we're going to be okay. And you cannot just finish with the mouthful of water, you do spit it out at the end. Roger Boy, this game is tons of fun. It is excellent. I've been having an excellent time with it. But yeah, I'm not a great Kirby specialist by any means. I've only played a few of the games here and there, but this is definitely on the upper end of my experience with the series. Especially with the kind of more standard platforming format, which is here in 3D for the first time. Yeah, previously I've always kind of taken better to the very unorthodox experimental spin-off games, like the ones that are all touchscreen operated. But as far as the kind of standard Kirby concept goes, this is some of the best that the platforming has ever felt. Homing Bomb, oh, that's going to be amazing. That'll be fun. And we're not done with that stage yet, of course. Yeah, Homing Bomb is unlocked, and presumably there's going to be another one that I have to discover manually, which we'll do later. Yeah, because there is a consistent pattern of 2 unlocks per level. We can fly around and try to unlock, but I think the right thing to do here is likely going to be to go back to the stage and finish the remaining achievements that we have there first. Just going to fly around first, though, just to see if there's anything particularly suspicious that we would like to check. This is literally the one thing that I'm not too fond of in the game, is location hunting for the treasure levels. But as you can see, we actually didn't get anything because that was a coin. Let's see here. But yeah, possibly after we do Homing Bomb, we'll figure out what the next unlock is. Let's go back to the stage first, though, and we'll stay on drill. I mean, we can re-obtain drill quite a few times during the level, so we don't need to. For variety's sake, we could switch to something else. I think that's the magic of a Kirby game often, is that the replayability is quite nice simply because the copyability sets are so varied. And we also don't know if there is something like a scroll in this level. I did discover at the beginning of the stream that I had actually missed a scroll in World 4 during the last stream, and it was obviously a situation that we had to repair fairly quickly. But yeah, we might as well just speed through and... whoops, missed a coin. Whatever. Shall we grab Needle? Let's grab Needle. Just to change things up a little bit. Now let's head over here. Grab some food. Not deal with the bunnies because they're a nuisance. And yeah, Needle's actually quite good for movement as well. I like how quick the crystal needle is. Very responsive. Now, once again, we didn't really check a lot of additional areas. But at this stage, everything is counted for unless there is something like a scroll here. But yeah, a lot of these copy abilities have a great sense of momentum to them. Like, the physics are very nice in there. You know, physics in a way that you probably wouldn't get in something like a 2D game where you don't have quite as many axes of movement. Let's switch to drill now, I think. We'll have the ability to do so later, but I'd rather not have to worry about that later on. Yeah, especially because we're letting everything blow up here. Whoops. Getting a little too ambitious over here. Now, I wonder if I do need to start with the water balloon that is available from the special room. Drill secret room. Or if we're fine without. I think we're probably going to be fine without. As long as we unlock the water that is by those crates on the left side. Except, in order to get all 7 fireballs, perhaps I do need both mouthful modes. Yeah, because otherwise we're just not going to hit 7. Given that only 3 come down over there. Oh no. 4, yeah, we need to hit some of the earlier ones in order to do that, and that requires me to create... well, that requires me to do this starting with the previous drill room. So that's okay, let's clear the stage, let's redo it, and let's try that again, because as we discovered, going back to the drill room isn't going to respawn anything for me, so let's get back into Meta Knight, currently the most popular ability. So yeah, we got 4 out of 7 there. We just needed to get the 3 that were slightly earlier. So that should be fairly easy to sort out. Fun fact, you can backtrack and destroy some rocks in a challenge room, which does absolutely nothing. Yeah, no, I know that. I thought I tried that anyway. Maybe I didn't, but I thought I did wrap around previously to see if anything would reset. Oh, worth checking anyway. Now, I love the up swipe at the end of the sword attack when you do the slide. The sword is one of the only items so far where we've really seen a slide come in very handy. That you don't lose that much momentum from it, especially if you jump out at the end, and it also doubles as a nice attack that does not set you back in terms of any kind of knockback or recoil. Like you don't get kicked backwards when you sword something. And of course, you know, this little up swipe here from Meta Knight is pretty recognizable from the moveset in Smash as well. Yeah, definitely kind of an unsung nuance of the sword moveset to be able to do that. Mash attack after doing the up swipe. Oh, wow. Very nice. I had not thought about that. Very nice. That's why Meta Knight is really quite fantastic. You know, I was never part of the competitive metagame in Smash. So one thing I wasn't really directly aware of was how supposedly overpowered Meta Knight was in Brawl. In that he kind of had his own S++ tier all to himself. And that's something that you'd probably know about, which I didn't until much later. Because the thing is, you know, Meta Knight was always one of my favorites to play. Not for balance reasons, but just because I intrinsically liked the moveset and the design. What do we have to do to unlock that room? Oh yes, we need to swipe these guys. Whoops. Who also do us the favor of running right off the edge. No, that's not it, is it? No, this is just a bonus. Let's try to remember how I got the door open. Yeah, okay, so here's drill. It's going to be around here then. Wasn't it around one of these middle sections here? Yes. Stay on, and then this releases, and then we grab the water balloon. Yeah, we're not going to do the room twice anyway, so no need to worry too much about... Whoops. Grabbing everything for the Waddle Dee cage that we had already seen. We're mainly here for the balloon. So yeah, we need to deflect 3, then we get into the area with the multiple meteor strikes, and we try to deflect 4 at that point. This opens up some space so I can catch that, and then... Oh, nope. Nope, that's a miss. I think... In that case, I could take a death and just sacrifice 100 coins and... try to restart from checkpoint, perhaps. Or I could just restart the stage. That's actually probably faster, to be honest. Instead of just trying to suicide into everything. It's not like it was that one bridge battle in the ice world where I was intentionally taking a death. So yeah, we just missed a third one because I ran into something. That's okay, this will be quick. I'm sure it'll be good speed practice. One of the things I am looking forward to about eventually finishing this game is that I can start watching what some speedrunners have been doing. Just out of curiosity, not because I'm going to try any of that myself, but just to get a sense of what has been going on technically, because there's clearly so much depth to this. You know, from your choice of copy abilities, from the way you navigate through the stages. Yeah, I suspect that this is a very watchable speed game, and likely already is, although obviously I haven't been browsing that category myself. Okay, here we are. But yeah, the movement is slick enough that with the right ability combinations, everything can be quite fancy. Okay, so we do need both water balloons once again, so let's do this. Again, one of the tricks to playing quickly in Kirby is just to understand when to do a short hop and really control that instead of spamming jump or doing anything to remain in the air too long. That's always one of the tougher things about a Kirby game, I think, is just having the discipline to stay grounded instead of getting into the float. In many cases, trying to actively avoid the float in order to get things done the way that you would like. Surprising amount of movement options, exactly. Electrodude. And I don't know how they really compare in terms of speed either. Because there are so many abilities that have some speed mechanics associated with them. And also interact with the level layouts in certain ways, like how some abilities respond to gravity very well, like the needle. And then Tornado, of course, allows you to do these huge skips. I think Tornado is pretty likely to be the bread and butter of speedrun tech, but okay. Alright, let's get into this, and we just need to catch all 4 over there, and that's going to be 7. Just need to be fairly quick. And then we should be able to do it, and that's it. Wait, how come I only destroyed 5? Oh no, that's okay, the count just took a while to catch up. Okay, it'll likely be homing bomb next, and whatever else we have not yet unlocked. Yeah, the existing pattern is that every one of these stage clears opens up something. Oh yeah, that's what opens it up. Then is getting 10 out of 10. I didn't realize that. I think that you would have some of these opening up depending on your achievement completion or Waddle Dee completion. Since we have been completing everything anyway, I never had an issue with waiting for some of those to unlock. So Wild Hammer is over there, but we will do Homing Bomb first. And thank you for the GGs. No, I need to do a standard throw. Interesting how the bomb kind of scopes out like that. Yeah, I needed to do like a jump and a forward throw. That's gonna go. This is an interesting challenge. This is another one that reminds me of the mystery rooms in Mario 3D World. Mystery houses, rather. Oh, there we go. Okay. That worked out in the end, despite some issues. Okay. Let's work on depth perception. Not be too distracted by some of these other homing devices. And then that's going to home in on the final switch, and then... Nope. Did everything activate? No, we're too slow still. Oh, because oh yeah, because of a double hit on the cages. So we actually need to do double throws whenever possible. Yeah, I didn't see those cages open there, so that was done rather poorly, but that's okay. We'll improve at it now that we've seen how it works. Took about 40 seconds too long just entirely because of those rooms at the very end, so let's try it again. Still have a 100% record so far, and despite, well, up to this point, not including these new levels that had opened up. Yeah, I think jumping into it is probably the right idea. Except sometimes if you're just a little bit off, you get into issues like that. And yeah, skipping whatever we can is valuable. And then that's going to be 1 minute 29 coming out of that room. Oops. And then, yeah, kind of off axis again. And then we're going to be a little behind once again. Just a little behind, though, I think. We were fairly close to making it. This begins with a 2-minute limit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So just need to go head on. And do everything as cleanly as we can. 144 on that. Yeah, I don't need to stand quite so close to the fences. 132 on that, that's actually still okay, I think. Oh, just missing that second shot there. Okay. Nope, so many misses. That will make it. Lots of mistakes, lots of room for improvement, but no reason to care. So, we got the benchmark, that's good enough for me. I like that there are benchmarks on this. One thing I remember about Star Allies when I played the Guest Star Allies Go was that even though everything was based on a time challenge, there weren't really benchmarks such as medal times or grades or whatever that you could pursue to gauge your progress and get a sense of whether or not you had actually put in a good run. And so, you know, you'd be setting all those timed records, and there wouldn't be much of a context for whether you were posting times becoming of a decent player or not at all. So, Wild Hammer anyway. Whack attack. Okay, looks like it's going to be another brawl, which is the kind of challenge that we have had the most trouble with so far in terms of beating the required time, so... Okay. I don't know if there's much more we can do with the Wild Hammer here, apart from just taking advantage of its very high damage. 240 coming out of this room. But yeah, the aerial attacks and the hammer are always good, of course. It was hammer that was previously one of the harder combat challenges as well, the standard hammer. I assume we'll be dealing with something like twin bonkers at the end of this one, and I'm sure that'll be a mess. And yeah, a lot of this is just accuracy issues, so what are we dealing with here? Oh, what do you know? Twin bonkers. Who could have guessed? I could have guessed, that's who. Anyway, not much time to charge up here. I would probably need to disable both of them to do that, and also take advantage of the dodge whenever we can. I just couldn't see my own position at all there, so... Let's retry. Notice there is no 100 coin penalty for failure in these challenge rooms. Previously, we haven't had much occasion to die in one of these, since it's usually fairly clear when you're not making time and need to reset if you have a really bad run. 240 coming out of this again. That's on par with what I had earlier, I think. Okay. Okay, that's good. 213 coming out of that, much cleaner, since we didn't get swallowed up. 207 going into twin bonkers. Let's see how we do. Yeah, going for the aerial attack here is probably not great. I mean, if I do manage to stun both of them, that would be ideal, because then I can actually get a charge shot. I think I do need to focus one of them down at a time, if I can. But I just can't see where I'm going. And that's already 130, and so... Okay, having a good swing attack there is going to do tons of damage, but we're going to be about 6 seconds off. Yeah, okay, that's reasonably close. We just need better positioning and better opportunities to get a big double swing in the last fight, even though they do have the shared health pool. Yeah, the shared health pools in these combination bosses in Kirby games are always kind of interesting to think about. That you still can disable one enemy at a time and simplify the problem if you focus one down, but I don't know if that's necessarily going to be a good approach. Or anyway, taking advantage of the attack power there, just Whack those guys as quickly as possible. That's still going to be on pace with my previous time, which is okay, I guess. Nope. Totally missing that. 211 coming out of that is not great. 206 going into Twin Bunkers. A little worse than some of our previous attempts, and on very low health as well. So. Okay, having a big swing though, it does help. Running into every projectile does not help. Yeah, visibility is a bit of an issue for me here. But of course, stepping in all of the poison is also a bit of a liability. Yeah, the knockback on this doesn't really do anything for me. 241 out of this room. That's still only about as good as we've been able to do it. Okay. Okay, just getting rid of that guy quickly is going to be good. Getting caught up here is going to be awful. Previously, it looked like we had a pretty significant gain in time that would have made up for those 6 seconds that we're missing. 209 going into bunkers, though, is still probably feasible. And I'm not doing any damage because I've just been interrupted by attacks. Nope. Yeah, I guess accounting for the rotation of the room, too, is a bit of an issue for me here. I've just been taking so much incoming damage from where I've been standing. I should actually interrupt them as they swing, and that's probably the thing I need to do, is that I actually can knock them out of their attacks if they are winding up, and that's probably going to be the improvement or correction that we need to make here to really wrap this up. Okay. $240 out of here is still on par, not great. Let's try not to take too much unnecessary poison damage, because we need to stay alive to play aggressively against bonkers in the final area. Okay, 218 coming out of that. That's good, that's good. Let's get out of here. Pretty big improvement, 213 starting with bonkers. That's 4 seconds better than our previous time. I really do need to learn how to dodge out of this stuff. I just can't see very well. Everything is rotating and they're also moving about. Well, as long as I stay alive, I think. Oops. Okay, 142. Yeah, we can do it. It'll be plenty of time. There we go. Took a lot of punishment there, but I was standing close by, so I could just hit them as hard as possible. And even a few minor charge swings are going to do plenty on that fight, so. Alright, another one down. Let's see what we can do with the second stage of this world. Conquer the Inferno Road? Yeah, I think we will. I wonder if this will involve the car. But we're going to find out pretty quickly. Okay. So what shall we do here? We will punch out this guy. Yeah, at our current pace, depending on the difficulty of any of the optional content, I will probably aim to finish World 6 on the next stream. Not likely on this one, but it really depends on how long some of the exploration takes. But yeah, we'll do this level. We might have time for some of the additional challenges, and that might be good for this session. But we'll see. It is in some ways a very difficult game to be putting down. Is there anything here that I can reveal? No, just coins. Nope. Okay, we do have a caged Model D here. I actually wonder if that was approachable over here, if I just broke open a panel or did something of the sort. I may have to find another way in. That's okay, we'll rotate around here and we'll see if we can find a correct passage. It's not by drill, I don't think. Also, bomb. Nope, we can go up here and possibly that's something. Just drop in. Or hit the switch. There we go. You're telling me I should definitely finish it in the next stream, yeah. Yeah, it looked like even beyond the boss that there's still a summit of the volcano left to go. It looks like it's probably going to be some kind of double finale to this section. So, I don't want to get too ambitious considering that I am trying to do everything completely. Okay, Wild Frosty, always a bit of a pain, but you'd think we'd know how to deal with Frosty by now, but yeah, he's consistently one of the ones to give me trouble, and there will probably be some kind of achievement against him that's we've already lost. Yeah, in general, though, I've quite liked the way a lot of these familiar mini-bosses were reimagined. You know, we haven't really played with Blizzard Ice in the wild. Let's do that. And let's also look a little further in this area in case there's anything to reveal. Oh yes, we still need the second slab of meat, don't we? Among other things. Anyway, Blizzard Ice is going to be offered once again. I wonder if Blizzard Ice allows me to skate. Yes, of course it does. This feels like something right out of Super Mario Galaxy. Just a little bit here. Now, can I actually slam my way through that at all? We can just break it. Works for me. That's D number 2. You know, I hadn't really considered Blizzard Ice, or Ice in general, as sort of a solution to the previous section either, but we'll just wrap around below. And then skate on lava, because that makes total sense to me. We'll need to be careful not to get hit, of course. What? I say as I get hit. And then Frosty is here to get you out in case you get stuck here. Interestingly enough, I don't know what we're doing here yet, but yeah, because we got Frosty available, but then what is up with this area here? Ah, yeah, no, we just need to skate across. It's just that this looked really suspicious. This area also looked like it was probably bombable. Oh, traffic cone, of course. Yeah, that makes sense. Going to do a bit of traffic cone platforming because that's what traffic cones do, apparently. Don't know if this does anything whatsoever. I don't think so. Okay. Is this time sensitive? Yes, it is. Okay. Then we go where? Yeah, we need to tip it over and then... Come on. Wow, this is quite weighty. Nope, not even close. Yeah, the locker took me too much time. Let's see if we can redo this room then. Let's try to reset it. Yeah, I don't know why it took me so long to wiggle the locker, but we'll try to fix that as the main issue I was running into. Especially with the enemy in the middle out of the way now. Okay. It's a little bit slow on some of the spits too as well. Yeah, you actually need to wiggle the lock quite a bit, I think. And without having to deal with the enemy, we can get out of here quickly. And yeah, mashing up and down for locker, that's what I tried this time. SD number 3. Nothing else to check here, I don't think. So let's go take the blizzard ice out of here and drop back down. Very conspicuously available needle over here, as well as a D on the right side that we can probably drop into. That was a seemingly simple one. I guess we're going to be dropping into this area, and then we need to pop back out. We'll see what this is all about. Okay, that's just going to drop you back in case it wasn't obvious enough already. And of course we'll grab some ice cream because apparently we're not icy enough already. I've got Ranger over here. What do we need Ranger for? Let's... whoops. Let's think about that, because the fact that Ranger is available there kind of makes me think that we'll want him. But there's another Ranger that's available in the top left as well. And you know what? We'll just abandon this. We're going to grab Ranger anyway. Whoa. And what's this on the left side? That's Not much. We're gonna lose too much height here. Okay, anyway, top left is accessible. Let's not do that yet, though. I want to see what ring mouth is going to get me. It looks like we can complete the sign here, by the way. Or can we? I guess no, this is just a fallen piece of the sign, so we can't actually stand in front of that. Whoops. In any meaningful fashion. But yeah, we needed to blow the... over here to do a rotation, which... I feel like we want to get rid of this guy first, and then we'll ride that out to see how far we can take the ring. Quite far, in fact. We'll see here. Okay. And it looks like we can navigate this across. Do a little bit of swivel platforming over here, and I think that's just where it was previously, so let's not bother yet. Model D is in the top right. We'll be able to approach that in a moment. And we'll just drop everything out. Now, what has that revealed? Treasure chest. Okay, possibly a scroll. Possibly Model D, so... We'll see. Something tells me that I can't actually take ring out of here unless... Oh, we can... Yeah, we should actually, because it'll give me the boat. Okay. Should actually face backwards against these guys. You know what? Let's explore a little bit with the boat just to see if there's maybe anything back here. And of course there isn't. Oh, whoops. You know what? No, we can just spike into these guys with the boat. Anyway, we will jump out of this. Yeah, from the wiggling of the treasure chest, that was obviously D number 5. You jump on a boat without the ring? Good question. No, you're Kirby, you can probably just float, but that's a good question. We'll of course check the back section here before we proceed. In fact, it seems like it's probably... Oh, you know what? These rocks can be blown up with the boat, so we'll do that. Whoops. Now, what do we have here? Yeah, that's the exit, so obviously we will not be taking that until we figured out what this is all about. Make all the windmill switches spin. Yep. That's what I do. Now, there's got to be something else, right? No, we've got 5 Waddle Dees. We missed one of the beast meals, and we also missed one additional achievement that we're going to figure out in due course. We may as well just get clear here since we will need to redo this for the beasts. Oh, yeah, you need Ranger for this thing here. And what does that give me? It gives me a scroll. Space Ranger. Like Buzz Lightyear. Now you can evolve the Ranger ability. We'll do that later. Let's grab this first and see what has been revealed. And maybe we can try that thing you mentioned about the boat as well. Depending on what the Remaining achievement is use Crash to defeat Wild Frosty. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I would need to figure out where to pick up Crash, because it's not like I can just escort Crash all the way to that part of the level, right? We should think about that, because obviously taking something like Time Crash into Frosty would be amazing. But I didn't see where to obtain that, so let's see. Space Ranger is the thing they used to beat Coraline in 4 seconds. Interesting. Well, let's see what has been revealed so far. Yeah, so one bonus over there, and I guess the other one will be from completing that 100% twin drill. Okay. Just so we have a sense of what's coming. So let's redo this and see if Crash is something I can obtain before the Frosty fight, because otherwise we'll have to take Crash into the level and just try to avoid attacking anything until we get to Frosty. Okay, so that's one meal. Whoops. Arguably the best ability in the game. Oh, interesting. Whoops. Okay. So I need to pay attention to where the beast's other meals are. Like whether there's another series of beasts later on. Well... And yeah, it looks like so far... Oh! That actually looks like... No, that wasn't Crash, that was just a bomb. Yeah, interesting. You can drop down directly here, but... Oh, that's Crash. There it is. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Now, why would I want to drop back down? No reason. It's only if you want to make a mistake. Whoops. Yeah, we're taking a lot of punishment here. Quite unnecessarily. So yeah, I think I saw where Crash is coming from, but it may be easier to just try to take a Crash ability in here and just not fight anything until we get to Frosty. We'll see. I'm going to consider that. And yeah, actually, Frosty's all the way here. You can grab Crash immediately before, I think, but let's exit to see if that's actually the case. Yeah, because it seems like Crash just dropped right on top of me. If that's not the case, we can escort Crash all the way from the beginning of the level if needed. Steal 2 of the Beast Meaty Meals, yeah, so... Just have to look out for the other beast spot if we can. Whoops. Oops. We're going to die. Unless, of course, we steal some meat. Which is barely a meal, as you can see. Whoops. Particularly, we keep dunking ourselves into lava. Anyway. Ape got the hot dogs, so we'll come up here, grab some coins for no reason. Oh. Yeah, whoops. Don't know why I keep wandering into that stuff. Yeah, wasn't Crash available somewhere? Yeah, no, that's just a bomb. Okay. That's actually the same location I noted last time. drop it though. Yeah, Crash is right here. There we go. Now... Oops. There we go. Now we need to survive. Yeah, nearly missed that actually. But thankfully, sustaining time crash just long enough to make that happen. Some food would be nice right about now, but failing that... Yeah, we'll pop that open, and I don't really know where else we can pick up some food here from beasts. I don't know if it was somewhere else in this section. I don't really see it, but we'll just try to get a little bit of replenishment here if we can. Just pick up everything possible along the way. Whoops. Also, did we ever just go directly to the lower level here? Probably not. Yeah, stealing the medium meals. Just don't have a good sense of where that's going to happen. Whoops. I think both of the food items are in the first section. That's okay. We got the crash achievement. Let's exit here and finish it anyway. It makes sense to try to finish it so I don't need to deal with crash. Although, crash is such an easy way to deal with Frosty that it might be worth it to go back and redo it anyway. Whoops. Like, we will probably be using the crash strategy next time as well, so... Yeah, because I certainly didn't see the other section. Oh, whoops. Notice that it is possible to just skip the ring mouth here. Which I'm kind of curious about anyway, because what happens if we don't use the boat, as we were wondering earlier. There's a ring mouth that's directly available on the boat. That's the answer. Yeah, this game doesn't lock you or anything for not having the right abilities. It's just not that kind of game. It is, in fact, very generous about always making sure that required abilities are exactly where you want them to be available. So yeah, let's just wrap this up quickly and redo the first section. And yeah, you can tell by the way that the achievements are ordered as well that sometimes that does give you a bit of a clue as to where things are going to be placed. So it would sort of make sense for that achievement to take place pretty much entirely before Frosty. And so we just need to figure out where that's going to be. I mean, you have all these bones here that look so conspicuously like beasts might have been dining. But yeah, we're missing something. And, being able to skate across is also nice as long as I'm careful about it. Actually, no, you can just skate across anywhere you want, so... but I would assume ice isn't actually required for doing this. And yeah, skating directly across is going to work out pretty well. We just need to see if maybe there's a second meal here that we should have been aware of. Like perhaps over here or back here. Nope. That's okay, we'll just continue scanning around. And we'll just not leave this section until some clarity here has been achieved. Notice that there are things like claw marks onto walls and all various things that are associated with beasts just running amok in this section. I didn't think very hard about the snake as potentially having a snack. And yeah, taking ice here is actually kind of nice. Simplifies a couple of things. Did I just not really scan this area properly? I mean, there's the switch, but is there something else to see? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, let's see. Whoops. That's okay, we're going to be getting crashed here fairly soon anyway. Assuming I didn't miss a meal. Well, let's take out Frosty and then go backwards, perhaps. Well, that was quick. Actually, I had time crash left to spare. Now, given that, let's not hit the warp star. Let's go backwards with the ice and see if there's something else that would have been revealed, like perhaps over here. Problem solved. Let's clear it. I wonder if that was visible, in fact, from Frosty's room, or if I just needed to pay attention to the platforms that were visible to the right side as I went up the ladder. Yeah, not really visible here, I don't think, but I just needed to see this little protrusion here to get a sense of what to do. So let's clear it. Let's get out. Okay, might as well just beeline our way to the exit. Don't need to be too fancy about it. It'd be good to have a little bit of practice with Frosty here anyway, given that playing as ice has been a bit awkward at times. Oh, whoops. Thought I could just range the needle, and that was not correct, but we'll reward ourselves with some ice cream anyway. And proceed. Oops. Okay. Ring mouth is over there. That's okay. We don't really need it at present. So let's just get out. And we'll just float our way out of here. I wonder if I can just float directly from here instead of taking a boat, but boat's going to be faster, I think. So. Yeah, no, it's quite a distance to cover. I wouldn't want to try to float all the way myself. Okay, let's see the challenges. It's possible to skip the boat with Dragonfire. That's a very good point, Electro Dude. Kind of reminds me of the glide and skip in the final stage of Super Mario Odyssey, which was also a glider flight over lava. Anyway, Cone Mouth is going to be one of them, and what's this one? Twin Drill. Let's do both. Dig and Duck Runaway Parade, 1 minute. You can probably skate on the lava. That's a good point as well. You know, when you just see this whole sea of lava before you, that's not something I'd consider. This is a very flexible game in many ways. And then, whoops. Yeah, Twin Drill is kind of amazing. Yeah. But there's a lot of room for improvement here when it comes to speed, I think. $105 on a clock. How do we do? First try. I mean, I don't see what's so difficult about that. You just need to pay attention to where the drill is actually allowed to go and just hold on for dear life as you tunnel under everything. So that went down quickly. Let's take a look at Cone Mouth. Pierce the floor, up and down tower. Okay. So we'll go down and then we'll go up, I guess. And then, whoops. No, this guy, we just need to go wrap around him and then... Same idea as before, as we come down here. And then we go back up. And then we'll do this a little more smoothly. Okay, I can't stall for too long over here. Need to do this. Yeah, the dive with the cone actually has a pretty reasonable range. That's something we should keep in mind. That you can actually cover quite a lot of distance with it. And that's probably the expectation here with the challenge, given that we seem to be a few seconds away from clearing it under a minute. So, I mean, I did have one bad fall in there that probably was by itself enough to sink this run, and also some bad encounters with the turtle-like creatures, whose names I do not remember. Okay, so let's do this. Nope. And then we'll try to go around this guy. Nope. Yeah, sometimes I don't have a good sense of perception for some of this, so whoops. I actually kind of wonder if I can just skip over here. Yep, there we go. The corner skip is actually going to be pretty important here. Yeah, sometimes coming out of this pattern, I can't quite see where I'm going, but... And that's going to be a little slow. Once again, one bad turtle and a couple of other misses along the way, so... We're going to tighten up the time a little bit, but not by enough. Yeah, still some very clear mistakes to fix. Big knockback on the first turtle was probably the thing that was most responsible. Also, sometimes when I'm stomping on the pipes, I'm not immediately getting up above the water spout, so that's something to take note of as well. Okay. Nope, this is a big miss. Yeah, you need to kind of lunge right into that guy to have much of a chance against him, and once again, just missing when it comes to depth. Alright. Also, planning around the camera rotation from time to time is being a bit of an issue. Okay, that was a much better shot. I have a good feeling about this run. As long as we don't mess up too much here. As long as we don't mess up too much here, I said. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, a couple of pretty serious mistakes. That's going to be too much. It was looking pretty good for the first half or so. But that's not quite enough to do the trick, so... Okay, this is looking smooth so far. Let's not take a dive here. Nice, got that on the first cycle. That's very important. Nope. I had to stop trying to do that. Sometimes it's the right move to just land gently instead of going for the lunge. Okay, I have to get in really close against this guy before he snaps at me. Okay, that was a little untidy, but not debilitating. And we missed this cycle, unfortunately, but that'll be a setback by a few seconds. That's okay, we're probably still well within range, but... yeah. Kind of bad planning around that second moving platform there. I don't think I'll make it. Or will I? Yes, I will. Okay, that's done. Well, let's see. It's tempting to maybe stay for one more, but we have Burning Training Power Plant. We are through 2 main stages so far. We have, well, some amount left, clearly. We have this... we have a couple of different structures. We might do one more. Let me consider that. Yeah, Burning Training Power Plant, and then... we might be able to finish on that and then just start on one of the challenge stages next time. Yeah, let's do one more main stage, actually, and then we'll probably call it from there. because some of the challenges just now went pretty efficiently. Of course, we're going to check some of the opening area. Rather ominous introductory sections that we're seeing here, especially because the music hasn't kicked in yet. Okay, naturally, we are going to consider whether it's possible to get up on top with my current float range. It is not, and we're going to get squashed. That is half my health worth of damage. Not a good sign. Okay then, in that case. Well, we can fight fire with ice, or we can switch to fire. Let's stay on ice for the time being. This is a fire level after all, and ice might be quite powerful. Now, oh yes, this is just a temporary stopping point. Reminds me of a certain stage in Super Mario World, except from a top-down perspective rather than side-scrolling. If you know your Super Mario World, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Hook up with 3 cups of coffee, that sounds like a great idea. Okay, so he's going to charge into me, probably. I need to defeat him and possibly go around him. I mean, having ice might be a good idea. Also, I was hoping to get him to jam this, actually. Oh, no. That works too. Is that going to be D number 1? Yes, it is. It also allows me to get on top of this platform, which is great because that's the first time we've been able to do that. It's going to be treasure in the control room. Naturally, we are going to check what we can over here just to see if we can do anything interesting. Whoa! Let's be careful here. Something tells me there has got to be something. We're going to come all the way back here to see what is possible. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we just reset all available progress. Gonna have to redo this again from the start. Okay, I guess not. No, I really was hoping that would be something. But that's a oh, bad idea. It's okay. We can skate. It's going to solve a number of problems. No, that's a bad idea. Let's go over here. And Doge, wow. Yeah, that's pretty much the face I was making over here. Anyway, next section. I mean, it seems like such a natural thing to check. It's kind of odd that there is nothing going on there. Having a height gain here seems like it's supposed to be useful. Mostly useful for allowing me to skip a few things, I guess. Whoop. Okay, collectathon time. That we can do. Yeah, quite thankful just for the skates here. Have I played any Kirby games other than this one? Yes, I have. Not that many, but some of the classic ones like Kirby's Adventure and Superstar. Well, that was quite a long time ago. I also played Star Allies on the Switch, and I've also played both of the paintbrush ones, so that's Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse, at least in the North American titles. But yeah, I haven't played them too exhaustively, though. I'm not somebody who follows the series that regularly. I do understand that on the Switch, this game has been bringing in a ton of new players. Oh, I guess I've also played Subspace Emissary and Smash Bros. Brawl, which is kind of like an honorary Kirby game. In a different way than how Super Mario Odyssey is itself an honorary Kirby game. I was never actually that fond of Subspace Emissary, partly because it just kind of felt like a bad Kirby game, right? It was just... you'd get so little time with every moveset and everything would be a bit clunky. Clearly not really designed for platforming. Okay. There we go. Of course we're going to try something a little dumb here. If we can figure out how. Yeah, there's got to be some kind of switch, right? Oh, you need fire, okay. So let's go back and survive with fire. There has to be some kind of fire guy I haven't killed yet, and indeed, you get one respawning over here, although we're only able to take one more hit. Dragon fire is going to be not useful at all here. Rather, the dragon aspect of it is not going to be useful. Actually, well, it'll give me speed. So let's not judge it too harshly. Yeah, never mind. Let's not be ungrateful for the fire. And then... what have we got up here? Challenge room. Sure, we'll take it. Now, interesting that things like these challenge rooms are designed for all variants of fire. Oh, yeah, no, I need to put the staircase on top of this spot. But then... so, here's the trick, that... I need to raise the staircase. And I need to dump the staircase after the fuse is past this point. And then... yeah, so staircase isn't going to go beyond that point. Let's just... move it here first. And we'll lift it and we'll just lower it again once the fuse is past that. And then we'll let's make sure we get out of the way of the fuse so it does its job. And once it does, then I come over and get into the cannon. And up we go. D number 3. Yeah, I might as well suspend my position here until we can get in on this and grab deep sleep. So now we're going to get something useful with sleep. I guess that probably just gets sleep and double heal or something. I doubt it would be much more than that. I mean, sleep can't really have too much functionality given that it's deliberately used as a kind of trap in some of the levels and challenges that we've seen already. You can't really have too many variations on it. I kind of wonder if there will be a second variant of sleep, though. Like a Jigglypuff style attacking sleep. Which would kind of make sense with Kirby, you know. Pink puffballs stick together. Okay, so the walls are going to close in, and Tornado is going to be fun, so we're going to take it. The fun factor of Tornado must never be underestimated. And look at that, we can even come up here and grab this thing. And then soda over here, yeah, we'll grab that. Probably going to be useful for something down below. Is that anything? Nope. And then there we are, D number 4. So we'll weigh this down, and then what have we got? This is probably the ending of this section, so let's just take the soda canister with us, and vending machine will just do its thing. You're not necessarily expected to keep soda dispensing at this point, but okay. I actually needed a traffic cone here, yeah. So it's like a series of puzzles, and maybe we are supposed to keep it up to this point. Given that I needed to hit the bomb to trigger this zone. Okay. Interesting. We are missing D number 5, but that's what this location is for, I bet. What are we doing for objectives? We're missing 1. Naturally, we're going to look around a bit. I actually kind of wonder if there would have been any benefit to grabbing Ringmouth there, but as usual, when there's something time-sensitive that has a right answer in this game, you're normally not rewarded for taking a wrong answer, so... it is going to be the last available achievement, by the way, the one at the bottom of the list that we're missing, so it could potentially be something that's near the ending. We'll just have to be aware of it and check diligently, perhaps. Failing that, we'll just replay the stage once. Okay, that's a clear. Always very satisfying to tick off tons of those. Oh, don't get squished. Okay, we've got Tornado. I feel like we can do that. Always fun to tick off a ton of those optional objectives on the first try without having scouted them in advance. Switch. That's what we're playing on. Gathering of the Beast Council. That sounds like a boss rush. That absolutely sounds like a boss rush. Especially because we're starting to close in on the ending here. Blizzard Ice Treasure. Yeah, let's finish this. Like I said, this will probably be the last thing we do today, other than going back to town to check some of the new abilities, but... yeah, even in the first round, I only really got squished twice. Let's not be overly ambitious with the Tornado here, though. Let's... of course we're going to be ambitious with the Tornado, that's the point. I mean, Dragon Fire does allow you to get through here quickly as well, but we'll be somewhat cautious. I suppose Ice allowed me to move quickly as well, so it's not like we were losing that much time with the previous method, but Tornado is just so nice and swift. Okay. Come on, let me up. Oh, let's not get squished here accidentally. That would be kind of awful. And yeah, we can skip the optional stuff. That's not too necessary at this point, given that we have to scroll as well. Whoops. Oh, that's okay. That's not a squish. It doesn't count. Okay, this was the other part where we got squished earlier, and we'll bypass that readily. Yeah, Tornado is wonderful. Let's not get stuck though, that would be kind of bad. And we'll skip the juicer. That might not be the right idea. The juice actually gets you pretty far, so. What a quick level though when you do manage to just skip objectives and do things a quick and dirty way. Okay. And yeah, there we are already, so let's just do a quick little sweep here. Oh, didn't even realize there were enemies here. As a completion, let's see what else we've unlocked. Ringmouth, yeah, just a 3-star content so far, so. Okay, doing pretty well today, I would say. Let's take a look at the treasure roads. Yeah, there were the 2 that we have just unlocked, and then we'll have whatever comes after them as we unlock some more stages. Yeah, because there are definitely a few levels to go. There's Gathering the Beast Council. There's this extremely conspicuous Colosseum-like ruin over here. Or actually, it's kind of like a power plant or something that's been ripped apart. Then there's boss over there, and there's also the summit of a volcano, which is clearly reachable after you finish everything else. So it's going to be a fairly sizable chunk of content that I think we are going to leave to the next stream, especially because we have at least 4, perhaps 6 challenge rooms awaiting. And so yeah, let's head back to town, try some of the new abilities, and we'll probably sign off from there. But like I said, doing pretty good so far. We've maintained 100% in terms of objectives and probably scrolls, although we'll check that. Ranger and Sleep. And we haven't actually checked the stats guy since earlier in World 5, so I don't know what the record is on the 5th boss. Haven't missed any blueprints? Great. Tilt and Roll, I'm glad is a weekly record. Star Coins, 36045, yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about Silly Dillo. 6 seconds on Silly Dillo. And it's a copy ability I don't have yet. Actually, we haven't gotten to Space Ranger upgrade yet, so it's entirely possible it's that. Let's actually grab Space Ranger first and then see what that's all about. Oh, the other thing I'll check is whether I had in fact completed Frenzy in the cafe, since I was speculating on that with Electro Dude earlier. I'm not going to redo it right now, obviously, but what did I do? Yeah, Frenzy Gig. Was that a clear? I actually don't remember. No, we're not going to do it. Hang on. Oh, sure, we'll do it. We're here. I actually don't remember if I cleared it. Oh, whoops. No, that's already a failure. I'm not warmed up on the earlier ones like I was the last time I tried this, so this is not going to go well. Lost too much time already. It was deeply imperfect. But yeah, no, I don't remember if I completed this. Maybe I didn't. I mean, I can always just look over my footage from what I had previously. But no, this is clearly going to be a loss, just given how low I am on time already. And everybody's quite angry. And they leave me. Yeah, no, I don't remember seeing the failure screen before. I think I actually did pass this. I mean, I can always check the collection to see if that's correct, but I'll just look over my footage afterwards and I'll be sure. So, thank you for the follow, by the way, from an extremely appropriate username for Kirby, Galactic Night Light. That's fantastic. You don't think I could get a high score if I didn't beat it? Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking, is that it doesn't give me a score if I fail, right? But, I think I survived, but I didn't get a full clear. Like, there was something that I didn't quite do on that. Because it's a sort of separate point bonus for completely clearing the queue, right? Versus just surviving the timer. Or maybe I'm wrong about that. I'll have to look over my footage again, and if it is something we need to redo, we'll redo it. But I believe I put that down specifically because I got it, along with the other minigames like the Tilt and Roll, as well as the Meta Knight Cup in the Coliseum. Anyway, let's take a look at Space Ranger. Nice, so many new blueprints. Yeah, we'll take a look here. Space Ranger and Sleep. You just have to survive, and if you get the figure, it's Gucci. Oh, if I got the figure, yeah. I haven't checked yet. I haven't really even looked at my collection. We'll look at it at the end. And then my collection can surprise me. I believe I did get it, though. Actually, now that I think about it, I may have taken a screenshot when I cleared Frenzy. I think I did. It's just, this was a week ago, and my memory is a blur. Space Ranger Blueprint is a huge power bump if you look at this, from 1 to 4, which is a little crazy. Okay. To infinity and beyond. What a fantastic costume. Wow. I have to say, that's been one of the highlights of getting the evolved abilities in this game, is that the costumes are amazing. Consistently great. Okay, so yeah, as with Rangers, it's going to be charge shot. Let's read the description, in fact. Blast off, Space Ranger. Fire laser beams from your trusty laser gun. If a fully charged shot hits an enemy, they'll be caught in a flurry of sparks and take extra damage. Interesting. Alright, let's try to do the full charge, I guess. Well, let's take a look at the damage on this first. It's got this kind of built-in double hit, almost. Oh, look at the aerial. That's neutral air. Forward air is going to be a forward blast, but neutral air is going to be this strafing run. Which actually does quite a lot. Look at the knockback on that thing. Just sweeps them all the way up. Anyway. Yeah, you have to be grounded for a charge to begin, as usual, and then... wow. That was great. Now, can I get the next shot going while that's happening? I think I can. Or... yeah, let's see if I can start the next charge while that's happening. Okay, it was a little out of range. Let's see if we can keep it on screen and see if we can do consecutive charges on it. Yeah, so the lock-on continues. Look at that. And you can just chain that. It stuns bosses. Yeah, that explains a lot about the Silly Dillo pattern, actually. Because with Silly Dillo, I felt like I had such a long defensive phase with it that it was clearly not understanding something about how to do the fight efficiently. I eventually did the no damage run with Drill. The dodge shot. Oh, you mean like when you dodge and counter? Like if you have an incoming attack, you dodge and then shoot with a slow time. Yeah, because I noticed when I first picked up Ranger, even in its original form, that it worked basically like Bayonetta, where you kind of dodge it and keep your combo going by just giving the enemy a tap. Anyway, let's take a look at sleep, because since we're about to end stream, deep sleep is obviously the right thing to send us off. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just a bonus heal or something like that. Like I said earlier, clearly there are many scenarios where you're not supposed to pick up sleep. Wonderful hat. Look at that hat. Wow. The costume game here in Kirby and the Forgotten Land is absolutely on point. Walk to bed and get all cuddly cozy. You'll show everyone your full potential after you wake up. Oh, that's interesting. So why don't we sleep by the sandbag, because the sandbag is nice and cozy. You get a bed and everything. Wow. So here's one thing that you don't see on screen. Kirby's snoring has an HD rumble effect. Also, this is telling me something about 200. 200. What does that say 200 on? Oh, maybe because it puts me at 200 hit points, perhaps? Or, yeah, because it looks like I basically have a buff, right? It looks like the attack buff, in fact. I also swallowed the sandbag. Interesting. Now, naturally, sleep is a one-use ability like Crash. I wonder if it persists through changing to another copy ability. It does. Look at this. So let's say we switch to Space Ranger. We'll switch to Space Ranger. Watch this. Whoops. And we'll keep the attack buff 200 on. Yeah, it gives one of the 3 effects that you can buy in 200 seconds, but it doesn't count until you enter a stage. I just want to see the scale of the attack buff, because we actually hadn't used the consumables at all in the game so far. Hang on, why am I drifting? Let's see. That's pretty good. I don't know if that actually benefited from the buff. I think it did, but... Well, I mean, there's no reason not to leave sleep on deep sleep, so of course we'll do it. And we'll probably leave everything else as is. Oh, also, the other nice thing about deep sleep, let's take a quick look here. I think it's entirely on activation. Which means that unlike standard sleep, I don't just go and enter that stage right away, because like sleep has a limited active time. And a deep sleep, like Crash, only begins once you decide to let it begin. Which is great because you get this amazing hat that you can take with you everywhere. Saying it's really good in the arena since you can keep reusing it in the waiting area to get all the buffs. Yeah, I hadn't unlocked sleep when I last saw the arena, so I didn't know that it was something available. Now, this is going to be totally redundant, right? If you use sleep to lay out your own bed beside your actual bed. So watch this. I'm going to wear my sleep hat, and I'm going to sleep in the normal bed. Oh, no, he takes off the deep sleep hat and puts on the normal sleep hat. That's a disappointment. But then he wakes up again and puts on the deep sleep hat. Because obviously we don't want to get out of bed yet. Anyway, speaking of deep sleep, that is going to be it for today's stream. We're going to pick one of these as the outro music today. We've done a few of these already. We did Star Allies, Epic Yarn, Robobots. Thinking we might do Rainbow Curse since I was talking about it earlier. So, you can put a small bed on top of the big bed. Yeah, that's certainly one approach to home furniture. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow, and thank you so much to everybody who dropped in to view the game today. We will be continuing every weeknight that I'm able to at the usual time, which is 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern, and what is that in Central European now? I think it's 5 a.m. But yeah, we will continue with World 6 likely tomorrow if I'm able to make it. And if anybody needs more information about how we're scheduling things or needs alerts, we have a Discord as well. So thank you everybody for joining me. We will scan around quickly for a raid to send you off to and just leave you jamming to this outro music. That is all from me. Thanks for watching. Hang around for a moment if you want to see our next destination. And until we meet again, hopefully tomorrow, fare thee well.